There's one. There's two. Let's go. One. And two. Okay, both streams are online now. Let's connect. Let's connect my phone on the counter over there. You have to connect separate. When you like go live, you have to hit the separate go live button. The younger boy said she's turning 37. The high school age girl was like, "There's no way she's that old. She's turning 27." Oh my god! So this isn't that I felt old. You know, yeah, I feel you. I saw some people at the gym today and I was like, shouldn't you be in school? And then I realized they were literally married. And I was like, oh, y'all are probably in your 20s. If you're watching on YouTube, welcome. Thank you for being here. I would love it if you would hit the like button. I would appreciate it if you would hit the subscribe button. Both of those things help the stream get to more people. And if you don't, you know, I can't change that. Just enjoy your lurk or enjoy hanging out. If you want to chat, you have to be a subscriber. You have to be a subscriber for more than 5 minutes. And that's about it. Hey, fellas, on Twitch, 320 check-ins. Cool. We love to see it. I have a YouTube announcement. I got accepted to the partner program, YouTube partner program. We hit the metrics for like level 1 of YouTube partner, which means that over the next like 2 weeks, I'm going to work on building out YouTube functionality on the stream. So we have basically a bunch of functionality on Twitch right now, in chat specifically, because that's where, you know, that's where the stream has lived forever. The other piece of that, though, is that now we can start doing more on YouTube, which is cool. So the next like tranche of admin stuff that goes on the stream is going to be related to building some of the existing Twitch chat functionality out for the YouTube stream. So what does that mean? That means that you'll be able to check in on YouTube if you're a YouTube viewer. That means that if you subscribe to the channel on YouTube, that you'll be able to enter CookieClub that way. It also means that if you are a subscriber on YouTube, that you'll be able to use sound commands. We're going to also build in some like CookieClub entry tracking into the YouTube channel. So that's going to be sort of upcoming. Just so you know, so y'all know, I'm excited about that. That doesn't mean for everyone who's on Twitch, which is basically everyone, that doesn't mean that I'm changing anything Twitch related or that I'm changing like my focus or any of that. It just means that I would like people to be able to sort of participate in the stream a little bit more meaningfully from the YouTube side. So there's that. Vela says, you don't sound so good. Are you sick? You know, I'm not anymore. I haven't talked today. So I haven't, I probably said 15 to 20 words total to Gwen this morning. I probably said, you know, possibly 100 words to Calvin. It is 1 p.m. my time. I've been up since 6. So I'm literally like warming up. I don't do any vocal warm-ups before stream either. Do people do that? I know that in the theater you do that. You do like na 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 Na, 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 na. That kind of thing. Um, excuse me. So I was just like humming about something that I don't think I even noticed. Anyway, I was like, oh, why did that happen? Something happened that you noticed that I didn't. I appreciate you. Glad you. Was it on? Where was it? Was it on? I literally didn't notice anything. Oh, Automod held it? Okay. I was like, what? What had happened? Anyway, cool. Good. Well, I'm thank you. I don't have Automod up, so that's why I don't notice things. Awesome. Well, Bryce, removed from the broadcast. Anyway, I don't even know what I was talking about. Vocal warm-ups, right? Well, as the broadcaster, I didn't see anything either. So, Sofluff was on it. I guess Automod held something, but it doesn't. The stuff that comes up in Automod doesn't come up in the chat that I actually look at. Hold on. I want to go back and see if I can see it. Can I see it? I want to see. Oh, I can't even see it. Damn it. It's bad. Oh, can you put it in the channel that you know I can see on the Discord? Because I want to know. Oh, I feel bad that I didn't see the thing. Anyway, we don't have to dwell. It's fine. I see, but the thing, see what happens is y'all know that I love a troll. I do. Shaker. I feel left out. Right. I'm like, but I didn't. It's like it's someone got tackled like backstage. I didn't get to see it. That's what happened. That's what had happened there. It was beyond trolling. Damn. Okay. D-Gamers, welcome in. D-Gamers, good to see you. I don't even know. I can't. Moderation. Like literally. I don't know how to see it. Messages deleted? Banned? It doesn't even show me anything. Wait. Oh my God. Okay. Lou, stop. Just don't worry about it. This is why you have and appreciate and love your moderators. This is what they're doing. They're just doing the right thing here. You don't need to dwell. Stop dwelling. Holy shit. Okay, sorry. Yes, that is the channel I can see. Thank you. Grim. Sorry. Now everyone feels left out, but I'm glad that I feel included. Anyway, cool. Yeah, I wouldn't even have addressed that. You're right. That would have just been like a band. Anyway, for those of y'all who are like, what are you even talking about? We're also, yeah, moderator actions. Yeah, politically edgy in a way that is not creative either. Okay, here's what we're doing today. We are not talking about that, or that. What we are doing is making cookies for CookieClub. I have the boxes packed. I have the bags ready. I have the cards done. I have the little swag packets done. The boxes are addressed. Everything's ready to go. We do need to make cookies. We're making cookies today from this cookbook. This is 108 Asian Cookies by Lieu. It is kind of amazing. D-Gamers, enjoy your lurk. D-Gamers, did you get... I sent you a message on Twitch. I don't know if you got a chance to check it. I have bookmarked this now. It is like ready to cook from. I went through this while I was sitting with Calvin. You saw it. Okay, cool. Oh my, excuse me. Sorry if that came through on the mic. I went through this the other day. I went through this on Tuesday while I was sitting at karate practice with Calvin and flagged, I don't know, conservatively like 15 recipes, 20 recipes from here. A lot of recipes from here. I was thinking of some of these would be pretty good. The ones that were targeted for CookieClub are spicy ginger chai cookies, faux cookies. That's these, which look pretty amazing. Other CookieClub potentials are miso pistachio pudding cookies. These were my favorite looking cookies. The black sesame white chocolate cookies. These were also really lovely. And then black forest cookies, which I gravitated to because she said that these are her son's favorite cookies. So these looked good. But the ones that we opted for today are these sweet Sriracha cookies. So I've been on sort of like a spicy cookie kick. Back to binge watching. Binge watching season 2 of Fallout. Love it. I have not yet watched season 2. I feel like I want to watch season 1 first. And I was like, so enjoy your lurk. Thank you. Or enjoy your work. Lurk. Whatever. Enjoy your time. I was going to watch, I feel like I thought about watching season 2 of Fallout because I watched all of season 1, but then I was like, I think I just need to watch season 1 again and then watch season 2. So I think that's going to be my move. Because I did watch season 1, but it was a long time ago, and I didn't play the game, so I don't have a background in it. It was just a show that I watched that I then ignored the lore and all the other information. Kathy, welcome in. Hello. Okay, so sweet Sriracha cookies. We're going to read this recipe in its entirety just to make sure I know what I'm doing and that I'm getting everything, like, I've got everything correct here. So let's get into that. Again, we're cooking from 108 Asian Cookies. Not too sweet treats from a third culture kitchen. Kat Lau, is the writer of this. She has done 3, this is her third cookbook. She runs a website called Modern Asian Baking that is really lovely. She runs a collective of Asian cooks called Subtle Asian Baking that's very good. She has a really wonderful Substack, great Instagram presence. Command Kat, K-A-T, in chat if you want links to all of those things. Kathy asks, is the Sriracha sweet or is it still spicy and hot but with the sweet cookie dough? The latter. So the Sriracha is still hot Sriracha. It is literally like the Sriracha that you get in the store, like the spicy one. The sweetness is because these are also like sugar cookies and they blend together really well. So, I mean, I assume, I haven't made these. Kathy, I did pick names this month. We did the pick on the last stream, which was Tuesday. I think these would be pretty good. Now, because the other cookies that were very similar to this were gochujang cookies, and they were amazing. I've made most recently, I've made the garlic butter sugar cookies, which have a cayenne pepper in them. And those are also very good. So I've just been on like a spicy cookie kick. These, let's read the blurb for these and then we'll look at the recipe itself. Speaking of gochujang caramel, when Eric Kim published his viral gochujang caramel cookies in the New York Times, the world, including me, fell in love with them. His beautiful cookies motivated me to craft my own sweet and spicy version. I don't have many fond childhood memories of gochujang, unlike Eric, whose grandmother left his family a 10-year-old jar of gochujang. So instead, I chose a spicy condiment that always invokes a sense of home, Sriracha. For as long as I can remember, every family home I visited always had a bottle or two of Sriracha. During the Sriracha shortage, I kept the bottle for 3 years. It turned brown, but still tasted fine. Sidebar. This bottle is brand new and unopened. Don't worry, you're not using 10-year-old Sriracha here. To help describe this cookie, imagine if a spicy snickerdoodle and a sassy sugar cookie had a baby. My sweet Sriracha cookie, with its pop of heat and umami, thin, crispy edges, layers of flavors, and satisfying chew, is that baby. The bit of MSG and the pleasant heat will keep you coming back for more. I had to hide these cookies from myself. Okay, so these, to me, that sounds pretty good. IBS, hydrohardy, and acid reflux won't let me eat spicy. Kathy, yes, no, fair and valid. What is MSG? It is a like umami alternative to salt. It's not really an alternative. Let me see how they how Kat describes it. Tardis says monosodium glutamate. Yes, correct. I want to see. She has a bit in the front here about pantry essentials. And I want to see if she has a write-up about the way that she uses MSG, because I think that would be a naturally occurring food additive. A dash of MSG can bring out salty and umami notes in your savory and sweet desserts. So that is an ingredient to bring out saltiness. It's not inherently salty itself. MSG is the ingredient we told all the Chinese food restaurants not to include in our food in the 80s and 90s. This is true. And now we just keep a big jar of it at home. Cinderella says my bottle turned brown during this shortage too. And it's still good though. I mean, like it's, yeah. That's fair. Kathy, that is, so when we talk about like criticism of like flavors in food on the channel, that's the way to say that. By the way, classic like textbook example of how to say something like that. They do not sound good to me at all. See how that's different from that's gross or yuck or any of that, which attributes that statement to everybody. So I want y'all to take note that when you say something that's like, hey, that doesn't sound very good, the to me part is super important. So I appreciate that, Kathy. Thank you. I just want to like call that out because I note that because, you know, because criticism is hard sometimes to take and receive. Super. Coverville, welcome in. Happy Friday, Junior, to you. Happy Friday, Junior, to you. Thanks for bringing friends through. 9, thank you. 9 of 12, friend of the stream. Appreciate you. Beth, hello. Second look, here to lurk. Welcome in. Coverbill, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Warp Forged, hello. Happy Friday, Junior, aka Thursday. Y'all, welcome in. Any friend of Nine's is a friend of the stream. We are happy to have you. I would appreciate y'all who were hanging out here on this stream here on Twitch, going and clicking over to the shout out that is in chat right now. Excuse me. I'm having like pre-spicy digestive issues. Anyway, TMI. Claire, welcome in. If you're a friend of Nine, that means that you're probably a good person. So it's nice to have y'all. Please go, if you were hanging out here, please go click through to Coverville's channel. Drop them a follow. They're free. One of the things that I heard another streamer say the other day is, click the channel. If the heart is empty, fill it up. Isn't that fun? I'm stealing it. Yoink. Friends who just joined us, welcome in. It's nice to have you. My name's Lieu. I am a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I'm a parent. Dad, it's whatever. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. I appreciate y'all being here. Note number 1, housekeeping note number 1. Follows are silent. So you'll notice if you followed within the past 2 years, if you followed this channel, there's no alerts. There's no sounds. There's no chat messages. And I'm not going to say hi to you and thank you for following. So if you're a lurker, you can hit the follow button. Nothing will happen. Please enjoy your lurk. We love lurkers here. It's a very lurker-friendly channel. I will fill the gaping maw of silence from chat with the sound of my own voice describing what's happening. So if you like to lurk and have a little background noise, welcome in. This stream is all about cooking and a lot of conversations, as I mentioned. It's mostly like vegetable-forward family meals. And recipe development. So I do a lot of that, a lot of both of those things. We also do baking, which we're doing today. We make cookies several times a month. We do meal prep. We do snacks. I prep for camping trips pretty frequently, tent camping trips. And sometimes we do IRL stuff out in the world. So our community is very enthusiastic about the culinary world. We are chatty. We love a good innuendo. So please bring your A game. We're kind of weird, which dovetails nicely with that. And it is a safe space to lurk. So if that is your thing, please feel free to hit the follow button and enjoy your lurk. We also are live on YouTube. There's a link to that in chat if you prefer watching on YouTube. And away we go. What we're doing today is working on cookies for CookieClub. We're making sweet Sriracha cookies. The ones in the cookbook look like this. The ones that I will make will look similar, possibly a little different than that. This is from the 108 Asian Cookies cookbook by Kat Lau. We're going to be cooking from this CookieClub. CookieClub will be from this cookbook for probably the next few months, honestly, because there's so many good cookies in here. So that's what we're doing today. We just finished reading the blurb about this. We're going to read the recipe now and get into it. So you're arriving at a good time. We're about to start making cookies. Alien Fox Mulder, welcome in. 9. Thank you for the introduction. We love meeting new friends. Also, hold on. Let me, as I am like doing this myself. There we go. Okay. Sorry. I'm like, y'all should go follow, and then I want to do the same. Sorry, I like remember to do that. So I just did. Anyway, 9 says Coverville is a great guy with great shows. Changed my view of cover songs. Does charity rides for MS. Cool puzzle subscription thing. I kind of love that. I was just disappointed the other day. Not that's probably not the best way to like dovetail those two sentences, is it? I just used dovetail for the second time in a row, probably for the first time ever on this stream. Anyway, I was just disappointed the other day because I was going through my playlist and I realized I have this old playlist of like 100+ cover songs that I really liked that like doesn't work anymore. I have to rebuild it. Fucking Spotify. Anyway, and I have definitely done a charity ride for MS before. I did the City to Shore ride here in Philadelphia. Puzzles are fun too. Any type of offline activity. And hosted America's Next Top Podcaster, which was a great thing. That's super cool. Well, welcome in, friends. It's nice to have y'all. I always appreciate to folks that do non-gaming things. So I love gamers. Don't get me wrong. We're on Twitch. I have to say that. It's contractually obligated. But I do love folks whose content is not always gaming, because my content is never gaming. So if you're a never gaming type of person, you are also my people. Or if you're a gamer, it's fine too. We like gamers. A lot of gamers here. Can't talk negatively about gaming. We can, but it doesn't go well. Anyway, let's read this recipe. Let's read this recipe. I suddenly got Southern. I'm not. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Did I mention that? East Coast, United States. Okay, so these are sweet Sriracha cookies. Yes, I said Sriracha, like the spicy rooster sauce. This one. You might recognize it. For the Sriracha butter, 1 tablespoon of unsalted butter, softened. 1 tablespoon of cream cheese, softened, or Greek yogurt. We're using cream cheese today. 2 tablespoons of light brown sugar, 1.5 tablespoons of Sriracha, 1 tablespoon of all-purpose flour, a pinch of MSG, and a tiny drop of red food coloring. Gel. Optional. We're going to put that in because I have it and I can. For the cookie dough, 7 tablespoons of unsalted butter, softened. 3/4 cup of granulated sugar, 1/4 cup of unpacked light brown sugar, 1 large egg, 1 tablespoon of red miso, 1 tablespoon of Japanese whiskey or bourbon. We're using bourbon because I don't drink. So I was like, I'm not going to buy like a $50+ bottle of Japanese whiskey at the liquor store that I need 4 tablespoons of. So we're going to use some Jim Beam bourbon, which has been in the cabinet since the last time I needed it for baking. Actually, no, it hasn't. I bought a new bottle of it because I wasn't sure I had enough. Anyway, 1.5 cups of all-purpose flour and 1/2 teaspoon of baking soda. For topping the cookies, we need sea salt flakes. So let's get those. What does the recipe say? Sounding Southern can be from anywhere in the country. Valid. If you're, we could also try to sound Canadian if that's appealing to you. I'm like right on the border where occasionally I'll run into people who sound Southern. Like there's some Marylanders that sound Southern, and I'm like, what happened to you? Who hurt you? And why? Why do you sound Southern? Biology is bigger than binaries. Yes, it is. You like my shirt? Do you like my shirt? Command binary in chat. Command binary T or binary shirt. And you can get your own. You can get your own. It comes in different colors. Fellow Philadelphian Sarah McAnulty designed it. She runs the Skype a Scientist. Oh, I didn't realize that it does. I didn't realize that I already had a command for it. I created a command for it today. Anyway, those links go to the same place. Cool. I didn't legitimately didn't realize that I already had a command for it. Southern People Story. Oh no, Warpforged. Here's the thing about the thing with this stream is that you're gonna get me off track no matter what. We've been live for an hour. You know what I've done? Nothing. I didn't even finish my coffee. It's cold. I love cardamom. It's very lemony. Twinderella, you do need self-control or a larger freezer. But that's a great price for salmon. That sounds like a great, really good price for salmon. Like, I appreciate your deal. Ginger cookies with a bit of bite. Yes. Katsumi, there are some good ginger cookies in here. These ones were the ones that I was considering. These spicy ginger chai cookies, which also looked super good. Also, they had chai tea in them. Anyway, make the sriracha butter using a rubber spatula. Cream the butter, cheese, and brown sugar together in a small bowl. Mix in the sriracha, flour, and MSG until smooth. If you want the sriracha to show up more vibrantly red post-baking, mix in a tiny drop of red food coloring gel. Cover and refrigerate. So we're going to do that first. We're going to make 4 batches of these cookies. We're going to do 2 double batches of the sriracha butter. So we're going to make it, and then I'm going to put it in a container, like a little plastic quart container. Then we're going to get into the dough. So make the dough. Whisk the butter, sugars, egg, miso, and whiskey in a large mixing bowl by hand. Add the flour and baking soda and mix with a flexible spatula just until no dry flour spots remain and a smooth dough forms. Spread the dough evenly in the bowl. This is an Eric Kim trick. Drop the sriracha butter in spaced out dollops onto the dough in the bowl. Using a spoon or butter knife, gently swirl the sriracha butter into the cookie dough in long figure eights or long ovals. You want ribbons of the sriracha butter. Don't fully incorporate the butter into the dough or overmix, as you want to keep distinct streaks of orange visible. When you use a cookie scoop later, it will further mix the sriracha butter into the cookie dough. Cover the bowl and refrigerate for 30 minutes. About 25 minutes before baking. Okay, preheat the oven. We already did that. Line baking sheets with parchment paper. We'll get to that later. Scoop 19 2-tablespoon portions of dough and space 2 inches apart on the prepared baking sheets. 2 inches apart. That's a good note. Bake all the cookies, switching the sheets between top and bottom racks and rotating front to back once halfway through until the cookies are set and the bottom edges are golden. About 16 minutes. Let the cookies cool for 5 minutes. Transfer to a wire rack to cool completely. Sprinkle sea salt flakes over the cookies. Okay, so the dough needs to cool for about 30 minutes. So here's what we're going to do. We're gonna make a process to this. We're going to make the sriracha butter. We're going to make 2 double batches of sriracha butter. Once that's done, we're going to make a double batch of the cookie dough. We're going to pop that in the fridge. Once that's in the fridge, we're going to make another double batch of the cookie dough, which should take about 20 plus minutes, right? Once we're finished that second batch of cookie dough, we're going to take a quick break probably and do some dishes. But once we're finished the second batch of cookie dough, the first batch of cookie dough should be ready to start baking because it says it needs to rest for about 30 minutes. So that's the agenda. We're going to do, like I said, 2 double batches. We're going to make the butter first all of the butter. We're going to process all the butter. Then we're going to make all the dough. Then we're going to bake all the cookies. Cool? Cool. All right. 9, need to make the garlic cookies. I actually have a recipe for the garlic cookies. I gave it to one of my goals. My dad really likes the garlic cookies. And I wanted to give him the recipe as like part of a Christmas present. So I finally finished it. Version 10 was the final version of the cookie dough recipe, and we did it. It is pretty finished. I don't know, it's not published anywhere. I don't have it published. But I will give it to people in some capacity at some point. I'd like to make it available, but I don't have all the recipes that I have published are published on someone else's website. The parchment versus silicone, yes. 9, and you know, I did one more cook after that. It was figuring out how to make them. I ended up with the silicone being the preferred version. The silicone was the preferred version. And what I ended up doing was wanting to figure out how to make them a little bit smaller. And I did that. I did that off stream. So a double batch of these. We're doing a double batch of butter. So we're using a rubber spatula, cream the butter, cream cheese, or yogurt, and brown sugar. Okay. It might. Yeah, it might. I literally finished it on Saturday afternoon of last week. I finished like the final language for it on Sunday, and I haven't made it like look nice yet. Like, I haven't made it presentable yet. I literally printed it out and just gave it to my dad because we went and visited him on Sunday, and I was like, I gotta do this. This was the whole purpose of this. So it will at some point. It will end up available at some point. I will probably post it in like, I'll probably post it in like the subscriber channel. We used to, I have 2 recipes now that I have, that I'd like to share that I think are pretty finished. One is the garlic cookies. The other one is those flax bars. Okay. So, cream the butter, cream cheese, and brown sugar. Okay, so I need 2 tablespoons. I'm making two double batches of these. So I'm going to use these 2 bowls. So instead of just cutting 4 or, you know, 2, I'm cutting 1 tablespoon off of each of these sticks of butter because the recipe, the rest of the recipe quite literally calls for 7 tablespoons of butter. So I don't want to have to make like multiple cuts and like think about math. So we're literally just going to cut 4 tablespoons of butter off of 4 different sticks because I'm using all of them ultimately anyway. So it's not really it's not really that weird, I don't think. Maybe it is. I don't know. You tell me. Is that weird? I had speaking of weird, I had an interesting thing happen at the gym today. I've been going, I work out regularly, but I've been going to a gym this year, calendar year, because one opened that was accessible to me. And I was on I was just like walking. I don't run. Like I definitely don't run, but I was walking fast on the treadmill today. And the person on the treadmill next to me, um, how do I they were eating Tootsie Rolls. And not like one or two. Like a lot. Like 15 plus in a few minutes. And I was like, what's going on? Like, what am I, is this like some thing? Is this like some TikTok thing? Is this some like fitness thing? It like gets your blood, like, is this person diabetic somehow? Like, I was just like, what is happening? It was so weird. 1 ounce is about 2 tablespoons. I need 1 tablespoon. So about 14 grams. Separate seams on top of package and pull apart. Okay. Separate seams. Pull apart. Okay, how do I get a tablespoon of this? Yeah, it says 1 ounce. So 14 grams. 14 grams is a tablespoon because 28 grams. Where's my scale? It's over here somewhere. There it is. Trying to cancel out the calories. Yeah, justifying eating in the moment. I have no idea. I was like, what is happening? Why is, I just like, and I didn't want to ask because I don't like to talk to people at the gym. I'm like, you don't want me to talk to you. Like, nobody wants to be talked to. I mean, some people want to be talked to. Someone talked to me the other day and I was like, what? No. All right, I need 2 tablespoons of this. So 2 tablespoons is 28 grams. Okay. Let's see if how many grams this is. 21, 27, 28. Great. Okay. 28 grams in this bowl. $25. That's going to be more. That's 31. $28. All right. So 20. Yeah. 2 tablespoons, 28 grams. I need 1, 2, 3, 4. So 28. Yeah. Okay. We got it. We got it. There's a woman using a roller on their arms and legs throughout the workout at the gym you used to go to, Caretaker says. It is interesting because it's like, you see a lot. You see a lot of different like activities going on at the gym. And it's very much like, I don't know. It's just kind of weird. The Tootsie Roll thing sent me though. I was like, I have so many questions. Okay, a tablespoon of butter, 2 tablespoons of butter in each, 2 tablespoons of cream cheese in each, 4 tablespoons of brown sugar. Okay, so I need 56 tablespoons, 56 grams of light brown sugar. Right? 28 times 2. 56. Right. 56. Tucson, welcome in. God. Yeah, the locker room is weird. I like, even if I know somebody in the locker room, I'm just going to be like, hey, what's up? Like, I definitely like don't want you to talk to me. I don't want anybody to talk to me in the locker room. I just want to get changed and get the hell out of there. Okay, 56. I mean, it's not like some fitness club. It's just a gym, you know what I mean? Like if there was like amenities and like I don't know, a reason to hang out in the locker room, maybe. I just put my shit in the locker. Like that's what I'm doing there. That's literally all I want out of this situation is to have my things be safe. Okay. So we are creaming the butter, cream cheese, and brown sugar in a small bowl using a rubber spatula. All right, we can do that. Rubber spatula. So, small rubber spatula. 9 says the gym I used to work, it belonged to, had Tootsie Rolls in a bowl at the desk. You know what? Yes. So does this gym. Okay. Okay, so it's less weird. Right. I'm thinking about it now because I noticed that when I like walked in. I have noticed that when I've walked in before that there were Tootsie Rolls at the desk. Or there was like a bucket of candy. Planet Fitness. Yeah. Oh, Minnie Moon says I had an old man about 80 who was naked and trying to talk to everyone in the locker room. There's always one of those. You just got to find a time where that person doesn't go and just go then. Because like, God, I remember when I was a kid, we used to go to it was an athletic club, it was called. And there was like, I used to go in the locker room, like, because I was with my mom and she didn't go in the men's locker room. So like, I would go in the locker room and there was just like, yeah, it was like these old lizard men in there who would just like hang out in the locker room with no clothes on. And you're just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, do you have nothing else? Like, what are you doing? It's just so weird. It was so weird. It was weird to me then as a child. It's weird to me now as an adult. Tucson, yeah, same brand of gym. Yeah, Planet Fitness. They're everywhere. They're everywhere and they're cheap. So yes. No, congratulations. We're back in the utility business. All right. So we're creaming this together. Then we're going to mix in. So I'm making two separate batches of this butter. Like that's what we're doing here, by the way. Like this is not, I'm making 4 total batches, but I'm making 2 double batches. So I'm just doing the same thing twice. So this is just going to be the Sriracha butter. So this is like this is the special part of the cookie. The rest of it is like a sugar cookie that is also very good. Okay. But this is good to go. Mix in the Sriracha, flour, and MSG. Okay, so we need to add to these 1.5 tablespoons of Sriracha. So 3 tablespoons of Sriracha total per bowl. Does this give me a weight? A teaspoon is 5 grams. So 15 grams is a tablespoon. 30 grams if I need 1.5 tablespoons, I need 3 for a double batch. 15 times 3 is 45. So I need 45 grams of Sriracha. when you get old, are you going to be the weird old guy in the locker room? Tucson, 1. Thank you for not calling me old. I'm 41 years old. To a lot of people, I'm already old. To myself, I'm not. 2, absolutely not. I am not going to be the weird guy in the locker room. I have a lifelong negative association with like the like locker room lizards, the folks that just like the old dudes that just hang out in the locker room. They're weird. They're just straight up weird. And so no, we're not going to be doing that. 15 times 3 is 45. 45 grams of Sriracha is, right? 3 tablespoons. 5 times 3 is 15. That's 1 tablespoon. 15, 30, 45. Yeah, 45 grams. This feels like a lot. Oh, it's not that much. Okay, this is pretty dense. $45. All right. 45. 43, 44, 45. All right. Excellent. Then you can hear the neighbor's chickens. That's funny, so that's kind of fun. I mean, unless you're trying to take a nap or something, right? Correct math. Thank you. The math part is usually I don't usually question it, but when I'm like I'm doubling, and when I'm doing what I'm doing here and sort of splitting multiples between different things. Okay, so we're mixing the Sriracha flour. Let's do the flour next. 2 tablespoons of all-purpose flour per bowl. So we're going to do 1. Yeah, 1 tablespoon per batch. So 2 per bowl. 1. And we're filling the tablespoon with the scoop. 2. 1. Rim job chart. Welcome in. Good to have you. Happy Friday, Junior. You know, I wasn't sure how to address your box. So I hope I did it okay. A pinch of MSG. You'll be, I mean, you know, a pinch. So 1, 2 pinches. 1, 2. I didn't want to surprise anyone who might not know any of the details. You know what I mean? If you want the Sriracha to show up more vibrantly, mix in a tiny drop of red food coloring gel. And I do. So let's see. Do we have red in here? We do. Is this gel? Oh, this isn't gel. I'm going to do it anyway. It says gel, but like, do they really mean that? Probably. Usually if you put something specific like that in a recipe, there's a reason. All right, we're finished with the food coloring now. That's good. Yeah. I didn't want to, I wanted to do it justice, but I didn't want to raise suspicions. Mainly, I didn't want to raise suspicions in case anyone who would be seeing it on your end before you got to it. Because some folks, when I send things, you know, they have, if I put like a username on it, you know, some folks in a family or like whatever, your Twitch username is a personal thing, generally speaking. And I wanted to make sure that I didn't alert anyone to something that they needn't have been alerted to. Anyway, you'll see. The Lisas certainly would have been like, they probably wouldn't have said anything actually, because they don't even need a name to send something. You don't need to put a name on things, don't you know? Gel food coloring lasts longer. It does. Is that right? I believe you. My partner knows I have crazy usernames. Okay, valid. And since I wasn't sure, I didn't want to be. I like being funny, but I also don't want to like. I don't want anyone to have to come home and be like, have someone in their house be like, please explain what this means. You know. Just keep it in mind. Keeping it in mind. All right, so this butter is good. We're good now. We have 2 batches of gochujang butter ready to go. 4 batches, actually. 4 batches worth of gochujang butter. Okay, beautiful. That is looking good. Wash my hands over here. Pop that in the fridge, and then we'll get the dough. Let's start getting the dough together. Mariah Carey will be performing at the Winter Olympics opening ceremony. When does that start? That's is that soon? That's soon, right? I feel like I heard like one thing about the Winter Olympics so far. Although my dad was, I was at my dad's on Sunday and he was like, I can't wait for the Olympics to start. We love watching it. The FBI agent is signed to the package of cookies, right? They're like, certainly there would be at least a person or two in the chain of command on that was like, yo, come over here. You gotta look at this box. Look at this box. I'm sure they see all sorts of stuff. You know. The time at TTS on October Camel. That was definitely a funny one. The camel. Oh my god. That was definitely, yes. Ty, welcome in. Tomorrow, the Olympics start tomorrow. I didn't get my notice. Some well-dressed man knocks on your door. Excuse me, is there a Shart, initials RJ? Make the dough. Okay, we're gonna do the dough now. Velis, the new Twitch update sucks. This chat could have happened any time in the last decade. Not RJ Shart. No, not RJ Shart. Okay, I think we can do, let's do the cookie dough in, we're gonna do the cookie dough in the big bowl. We're gonna do the cookie dough in the bigger bowl. We're gonna do it in this one to start. Now this one doesn't use the stand mixer, which I have out because I didn't read that far ahead. Whisk the butter, sugars, egg, miso, and whiskey or bourbon together in a large mixing bowl by hand. Whisk the butter. That's a new one for me. I don't... Sugars, egg, miso, and whiskey. Okay, so I guess there's a lot of butter. Butter, sugar, egg, miso, whiskey. Add the flour, and then you mix with the spatula. Okay. We'll try it. I guess that'll work. Jordy, welcome in. Hello. Randomly kicks you out of people's streams. That's annoying. That is annoying. Every once in a while, like an update will just like, I don't know, like today, something updated today, and I couldn't figure out. I'm actually just going to do both of these doughs. Maybe we'll do both of these at the same time. Hold on. Y'all, okay, thing number one, I have a cat. It's going downstairs. This is the first and only cat you're going to see today. Liz, hello. I had Gwen sequester the cats in the basement because I don't like them to be around during Cookie Club because they have fur. Now this one was hiding somewhere else in the house. And I said, when Obi makes an appearance, I'm going to bring him downstairs. So here's Obi. Here he goes. He's pissed. I'm going to take this cat downstairs. I'm going to wash our hands, and then we're going to finish up. Because he was the last one. Found him. They all need their claws clipped, by the way. I'll do that later if they're... Yeah. You're so good, bud. I know. Sorry. You got to stay down here. Okay. Well, we have no cats. He is a good boy, and I just for my own preference is that we not have cats hanging around in the kitchen while I'm making food to send to other people. That's sort of a personal preference. If you prefer your cookies with a little bit of cat fur in them, you can let me know, and I'm sure that can be arranged. Liz, did I say hi to you? Hi. It's nice to see you. Welcome in. Should say cream the butter unless it's melted. Yeah, I mean, it does. It says whisk the butter, sugar, egg, miso, and Japanese whiskey. It's specific. So I am going to use a whisk, and we'll see what happens. We'll see how we do, because there's enough liquid in there. Like there's egg and whiskey. So I don't know. Does this not have vanilla extract in it? I thought it did. I got the vanilla out. Okay. It doesn't. But it does call for 7 tablespoons of butter softened. So we have 2 versions. We have 2 bottles. Liz, I did buy an airplane size bottle. Although that's a hell of a flight. I'm not going to lie. Although, I don't know if you're a drinker, I guess this is a lot. I don't know. How many? Is it 200 milliliters? I wouldn't remember that flight. I don't drink, caretaker, so this would be bad. No, that would be real bad. Okay, sugars though. Let's do sugars. So we're gonna do all. I'm assembling the doughs at the same time because I'm realizing like it wouldn't make sense to make one and then the other because I'm here. Why not? Bella says when I was an alcoholic, I would probably drink that whole thing and maybe more. As I said that, I was thinking about it. I was like back when I used to drink like regularly, and I was like, whoa, whiskey, into it, big into the whiskey. I'm a white guy, so all the white guys go through the whiskey phase. Some of us get out of it. Some of us grow beards. Anyway, right? I was thinking about it. I'm like 200 milliliters, like this bottle, I'd probably, in the course of a whole night, drink that much. I don't know. 90 grams of light brown sugar. That's 38, 58, 80, 88, 89, 90. You know who I'm talking about, right? Everybody's got like a white guy in their life that's like a whiskey guy, right? I think it's just like, you just get assigned one. Your buddy who's got opinions about whiskey. This one tastes like oil and gasoline or whatever. I don't know. I do know. I am making fun of past me. 88, 89, 90. I did buy a small bottle of Jim Beam because I was also like, I'm not going to buy, it called for Japanese whiskey. And I was like, I'm not buying Japanese whiskey for like 4 tablespoons of Japanese whiskey. Like, it's just not, that's not going to happen. Because that's an incredible waste of my money. No offense. I'm not going to drink the rest of it. Why buy it? 300 grams of granulated sugar. So we're doubling 300 grams of granulated sugar. That's 100, 1, 2, 60, 70, 80, 90, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 300. 300 grams of sugar. 100, 200, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 297, 98, 99, 300. Great. 2 eggs. Too bad stores don't have the mini bottles. No, I know, caretaker. I did ask. I was like, do you have any tiny bottles of Japanese whiskey? And the guy was like, no, we don't. He was like, we don't have international. We just got domestic. And I was like, give me the Jim Beam. Thank you, sir. Oh my God. You have a wine snob in your circles. The white IPA guys. Oh yeah. They're roughly the same thing. I mean, they're analogous. They're the whiskey guy and the IPA guy are like buddies at the bar. You know what I mean? The IPA hipster friend with the twirly mustache. Y'all, I have had a twirly mustache in my life. I have had a mustache that I waxed. And maybe we should have a community goal for 2 million channel points and bring that back. And you know what? We would hit that community goal in like 5 seconds because I know that there's some of you out there that have hundreds of thousands of channel points. So we're not going to do that, but we could. 2 large eggs in each of these. Well, one, it says 1 large egg, but we're gonna 1 large egg per recipe, meaning 2 in each. Cyber, welcome in. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 eggs. All right. Cyber, we had an Obi just a few minutes ago. Obi, there will not be any more cats today. I am sorry to tell you. Okay, mix the butter, sugars, egg. Okay, so 1 egg, 2 eggs in each of these. You know what we're gonna do? These, all right, these are grated. Okay, these are grated large eggs. All right. Yeah, he was here. I corralled all the cats earlier today and was like, y'all got to go down and be in the basement during stream today, because otherwise you're just going to be all over everything. Obi's been an absolute nightmare the past like 24 hours, as he has knocked everything off of the counter multiple times. He's just like, Obi wants to explore. He's in his like teenager exploratory era at the moment and is like not to be stopped. So it would not be good if they were around today, because they would literally just be up on the counter trying to get into everything the entire afternoon. Mini Moon says the bourbon snob is worse than just a whiskey guy. No, that's valid. That's valid. Are y'all familiar with the Russell Crowe? There's a picture of there's some picture of like Russell Crowe looking unkept, for lack of a better term. And it's just like it's some sort of meme about how like once you hit a certain age, you just get into like bourbon and smoked meats. And it's just like Russell Crowe looking sweaty and bearded. AKA my mom's husband. Y'all, I pulled a fast one on Calvin yesterday. Can I tell you what I did? I thought this was so clever. Because we were in the house and we were listening to Les Mis, right? Les Miserables, you've heard of it, the musical. And I was like, how can I get him to be interested in this and like want to watch this movie with me? Because I want to like get him to watch Les Mis this weekend. And I was like, hey, Calvin, we should watch Les Mis this weekend. And he was like, I don't know. And I was like, Wolverine's in it. And he was like, really? What do you mean? And I was like, yeah, the guy that plays Wolverine is the main character in Les Mis. And he was like, oh, that's cool. We could watch that. And I was like, yes. We'll learn you about Revolution just the same, kid. He was like, yeah, Hugh Jackman is hot. Yes, Hugh Jackman is explicitly attractive in all of his forms. And then we looked up pictures of Wolverine. We looked up pictures of Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, and I was like, this is not what a man looks like, Calvin. Like, you don't need to aspire to this. But like, anyway, slow down. Eggs, miso. Add the miso to this bowl. We're gonna get to this dough in a moment, I swear. Miso and whiskey in here. Minnie Moon says I'm straight and Hugh Jackman is hot. Yeah. I mean, yes. He's objectively an attractive male. Like, if you're like, I don't think Hugh Jackman's hot. I'm like, you're literally lying. You're literally lying. I don't care what orientation you are. My favorite thing about this is it says certified plastic neutral under the lid here, which is like, it's as seen through a layer of literal plastic. Like, seriously. Okay, what's the measurement on this? 2 teaspoons is 10 grams. I need 2 tablespoons, which is 6 teaspoons, right? A tablespoon is 3 teaspoons. 3 times 2 is 6. So I need 6 teaspoons. So I need to multiply this times 3. So 10, 20, 30 grams of miso. Well played. Thank you. Bella says he's not the first guy to come to mind to me. But to each their own. No, I mean, valid. That's also valid. I don't think he's the first one to come to mind, but when he does come to mind, I'm not arguing about it. I'll say that. You know what I'm going to do? Since this miso is a little bit difficult to like measure out, we're going to measure it into a separate container first. 10, 23, 30. Okay, so 30 grams of miso. $25, 30. Okay, 30 grams of miso in there. Perfect. And then we have 2 tablespoons of Japanese whiskey or bourbon. So we will just measure that with a tablespoon. Now I have a little bit of bourbon left over. So I don't know if I need, this is from the last time we made, this is from the bourbon sugar cookies that we made, also for Cookie Club. I haven't even used it since then. So 2 tablespoons, 2 tablespoons of whiskey. 1, 2, 26, 27, 28, 29, should be 30 grams. 30. Okay, good. 30 grams. That's 15 milliliters times 2. I just can't fill the tablespoon measure all the way. So it's, oh my God, I'm going to get there with this bottle. Hell yeah. Well, I guess we have a little whiskey for the next time too. Bella says I would probably take one of the Chris's from the Marvel movies, Evans or Hemsworth. You know, I'm less familiar with them. I'll be very honest. Carol on YouTube, welcome in. I love cooking. Well, I appreciate that. And that's what we're doing today. And that's what this channel is all about. So it's really it's pretty much what we do here. Rimjohn says the Chris's don't do it for me, but Jason Momoa does. Jason Momoa is like beefy. He's like a huge human. And there's like too much. There's like too much of him all at once. Like that's not a slight. It's not slight at all. I guess that's the point. Thor or Captain America. Okay, that gives me context, fellas, because I don't know any of those people off the top of my head. We lost the beard. Okay. Viggo Mortensen. So fluff. All right. I'm with you. I could see that. We had to mix these together, but I'm going to measure out the flour first. So I need flour for each of these, flour and baking soda, and that's going to get added in after the fact, but we're going to measure it now so I can just add it in. I need 180 grams of flour per recipe, so I need 360 grams. Right? 180 times 2 is 360. If you've played Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, you know the answer to that. Video game reference. Sorry, y'all. 360 grams of flour. 20, 52, 54, 58, 62. Nope, that's too much. That's a good joke, Lou. Next one, 360. We're just going to make it with our flour today. I have more flour. I just don't want to open another. I didn't want to open another bag because that gets messy. 316. Oh, I just spilled some on the screen here. 343. 50, 67. 67. Don't do it. All right. 360. Perfect. That's all the flour we need. And then I need a teaspoon of baking soda per recipe. 1 teaspoon of baking soda per recipe. Love a fat Thor. That's really funny. I don't think I'm familiar with that genre of Thor. Pause. Half a teaspoon of baking soda per recipe. Okay, so then you add the flour and baking soda. Okay, so that's a whole teaspoon of baking soda. It's better be baking soda. It is. Baking soda comes in the box. Baking powder comes in the can. All right, so all of that is looking good. And I'm putting some of my ingredients away here as we get into it, because I'm not putting them away yet. I'm putting them off to the side, and then I will put them away momentarily. Once the dough is resting for a little bit, then we will put things away. But for now, let's keep producing these cookies because we want them to be able to like rest for a little bit here. We are going to do the whisking as it said, but first I'm going to whisk together the baking soda and flour here just for a moment. Vanilla says, I can't think of many celebrities I find that attractive. I just can't think of many celebrities, like full stop. Like Hemsworth without the beard, not into beards. Beards are fine. Just like close cropped. I don't like when it's like scraggly. It's too much. Momoa is the only human being alive that could make the Aquaman comic outfit look badass. No, that's true. I remember Aquaman as a kid, and I remember thinking like, I don't know, it was very like fishy. Like it wasn't, it didn't scream like buff hero to me. It screamed like streamlined swimmer. Okay. Whisk the butter, sugars, egg, miso, and whiskey in a large mixing bowl by hand. It says whisk. We're going to try it with a whisk. Let's see how it works. Michael B. Jordan. Henry Cavill. Wasn't Henry Cavill Henry Cavill was Superman. I know that one. Right? Okay, so we're whisking. Hold on, let me give you like the view of this as we're working, so you know like what's actually happening here. So the butter is like coming apart as I'm whisking. George, we have and George Clooney has entered the chat. Now I remember Aquaman being like green pants, orange shirt, like fluffy like 70s collar. Tatsu, welcome in. Whiskey and miso. Yup. Okay, so we're whisking by hand. Now, I think part of this is that I don't want it to like cream everything together. So I'm guessing that a big reason that you're doing this by hand, we got a little butter ball in the middle here. I think part of the reason that they're having you do this is so that it doesn't get like fully combined, because like I can't possibly mix all of this to the point where it's like creamed together, right? Think I could get my partner to freeze them until I get back? Cyber, I think you could. I think you could. I would certainly, I mean, you could definitely freeze them. Freezing cookies is like, you can really, I think you could freeze any cookies. All right, I think that looks good. I don't know if this is what it's supposed to look like, but it's completely combined. It's not creamed like you would typically cream like a sugar cooker. Add the flour and baking soda and mix with a flexible spatula until no dry flour spots remain and a smooth dough forms. Smooth dough. Okay. It says by hand. I don't know. I'm wondering if this is supposed to be more mixed, because this isn't smooth. I wouldn't say this is smooth by any stretch. It's got chunks of butter in it. That's the thing. Twindrella, enjoy your look. Looks like baby poop. It does. It's very chunky. It smells amazing. I'll say that. Could do the same with the handheld. Yeah, I feel like I totally could. It says, so here's the next direction. It says, mix with a flexible spatula until no dry flour spots remain and a smooth dough forms. So like, I'm going to mix this a little bit more, and then we're going to mix the flour in, and it should be fine. The butter is definitely soft. Like, in some circumstances, I would be worried about like, oh, it's gonna, like, I didn't soften the butter enough, right? No, this butter is fine. I didn't see Sinners yet. It's on my list of things that I actually want to watch. It's probably supposed to be lumpy. Yeah, it probably is. And it says by hand. It's specific. So that's what I'm doing. Like, I am following the directions because that seems important, right? Katsumi says it'll be smooth once the flour is mixed in. I hope so. All right. I mean, it's going to be kind of smooth regardless. This is, you're never going to get all the butter chunks out unless you cream it for like 3 or 4 minutes with like a mixer, you know? Okay. So add the flour and the baking soda and mix with this flexible spatula. Spread the dough evenly in the bowl. Okay. So we're going to add the flour and the baking soda. So that's all of that. And we're going to mix with a rubber spatula until no flour spots remain. Now, this is a huge bowl also. Like, I should note. I should note that this bowl is massive. So it doesn't look like a lot of dough, but it is. Pastry type layers. Maybe. It's supposed to be a pretty thin cookie, I understand. Yeah, 5 to 6 minutes. That would be a long, well, depending on what you're talking about, that'd be a long time. Usually 3 to 4 is a standard, but, you know, depends. Tatsu, this recipe is from the 108 Asian cookbooks, or 108 Asian cookies cookbook. Command cat in chat if you'd like to take a look at it. I would encourage you, if you're interested in it, I would encourage you to buy it directly from her website. Okay, so this is, we're almost there. It definitely looks smooth. You're right. We've smoothed out completely. There's no little chunks or anything. Mike, welcome in. It doesn't feel like a super long amount of time. For creaming together butter and sugar in a bowl of a stand mixer, it is a long time. Depending on your interpretation of the conversation, it might also not be a long time. Did I mention that we like innuendo here? I'm making one right now. For the folks in chat who are like, what are you talking about? Okay, so this is smooth. I don't see any flour, and I don't have any flour around the outside. Oh, there's a little bit. Okay, good. We're good. Short and sweet. Sorry, trying to get back to business, right? Okay, this says spread this evenly in the bowl. Okay, as again, this is supposed to be. This is supposed to be 40 cookies in this bowl. I don't know about that, but we'll see. I don't believe it. Functionally, I don't believe that this is 40 cookies in here. Which would be interesting. Okay. Spread the dough evenly. Drop the sriracha butter in spaced out dollops. Using a spoon or butter knife, swirl the sriracha into the cookie dough in long figure eights or ovals. You don't want ribbons of the sriracha butter. Don't fully incorporate or overmix, as you want to keep distinct streaks visible. When you use a cookie scoop later, it will further mix. Okay, we are using a cookie scoop. I got one. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go ahead and get out some more butter here, honestly. And we'll see how this does. Okay, so we have this, let's get this sriracha butter in. So we have our spicy sriracha butter. And we're gonna pop that in. Let me take the spatula and remove my spatula over to my second bowl, which is ready to be mixed. And then we're going to put 3 or 4 distinct dollops. 1, 2, 3. Okay. You know, I do this all the time with this big bowl. I look at it and I think that's not all that much in there. I forget how big this bowl is. Like, this is wider than my whole hand and it's like 2 inches deep. So there's a lot, there is a decent amount of dough in here. It says it, okay, to be fair, it says it makes 19 cookies. So conservatively, this is supposed to be 10, 20, 38 cookies in here. Okay, Using a spoon or butter knife, so we had a butter knife. Gently swirl the sriracha butter into the cookie dough in long figure eights or long ovals. So we're going to do some figure eights here. Without mixing too much, or long ovals, it says. So I don't want this to be mixed fully. We want it to be incorporated. Okay, that's actually looking pretty good. All right, and I'm seeing distinct streaks. This is like a cheesecake. There's like half the ingredients recipes are asking for. Yeah, there are. I mean, it is specifically. There's a lot of specific Asian ingredients in here. There were some cookies that looked really good that I was thinking about making for Cookie Club this time around. That I was like, I know that I can't get the ingredients, but for ordering them on the internet. So I'm definitely not making those cookies this time around. Okay, so this looks pretty good. We're incorporated. We have a streaky dough. And it's not over mixed because I can still see like distinct streaks of orange in here. Cover the bowl and refrigerate for 30 minutes. Okay. Let's cover this. Let's put a towel over here. We'll put a towel over it, and we're gonna come and just put this in the refrigerator. And we're gonna set a timer. So 30 minutes. I'm going to start these next ones. Okay, so we finished the first round, the first double batch of cookies. This is the next double batch of cookies. Now this is a large bowl. Like this is a standard size large bowl. So let's sort of see how this looks when I mix this up, because this should be, this should appear like quite a bit more dough than what I just did. It should be, in fact, harder to mix this because I don't have as much room in the bowl, but that's okay. But also, I know a little bit more about mixing it now. I believe that it will become smoother with the addition of the flour. Yeah, I mean, this is also like quite a bit in here. This is like, once I add the flour to this, it's going to be quite a bit. And then the rest of the butter, yeah. So I guess I feel okay about it. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Hold on, let me start my timer just so that I know what 30 minutes actually feels like. Okay. So mixing the butter. What do we have in this bowl? Butter, granulated sugar, light brown sugar, egg, miso, bourbon currently. And then in just a moment, I'm going to drop in the flour baking soda. So this is looking good. And I'm aware now that I don't need to do too much past getting all of this into like little pieces, making sure that all of the butter is actually not in big chunks and mixed in. That's important. See any large chunks of butter in here? No. No, I do not. All right. Looks good. Let's mix this in. $13.50. Nice. Is that at where is that? Where did you find it on sale for that? Is that at on her website? It's that much? Because the website is, I don't know. I believe that she sells it through her own website. Oh, okay, okay. So it's like a digital copy. Gotcha. Our digital copies are usually less expensive, I believe, right? Yeah, this is looking pretty good. And it looks like a lot more dough in this version. It says 19 cookies. So I need the actual number of cookies that I need here. Total all-in number is 60. That includes teachers, that includes the folks that work at the post office, that includes having a few extras for the household. 50, and the ebook is 25 or 15. Okay. Yeah, I don't have an e-reader. I used to. I don't anymore. I do. I mean, I still have it. I have a physical device, but it doesn't work anymore. It's just a piece of legacy hardware sitting in a drawer somewhere. So I don't usually look. I get audiobooks, but I get those from the library, so audio cookbook isn't really a thing. Is that a thing? Do they have cookbooks in the audio version? I mean, I'm sure they do, because like accessibility. I guess they do. I don't know. I've never looked for an audio. Again, I've also never looked for an audio cookbook, so I have no idea. Getting the flour off the side of the bowl here. So I'm making sure that I don't have any flour visible in this bowl. They make the digital cheap. Yeah, because I know when I get, I know that you can get digital, like e-reader books from the library. And it's always fascinating to me because I'm like, what do you mean it's due? Like, what do you mean I have to wait for someone else to finish with a copy of it? But I guess that makes sense from like the publisher's perspective. You know, they sell the license to that specific digital copy. Because otherwise it would just be like one copy out in the world, right? Everyone would just have it. Okay, this looks good. We're blended. No flour streaks. Let's spread this out evenly in the bowl. Again, I don't believe that this will be enough cookie dough, but we'll see. We will see. I believe that I will end up making probably another batch of these, at least, if not another double batch. So I don't know. We'll find out. Which is fine. If that happens, I'm like prepared to do that, because this first batch didn't actually take that long. It wouldn't take that long to make another batch. It's been taking long because I'm talking and chatting. And if I had to make another batch, you better believe it would go a lot quicker. Okay, this is ready. Let's put our second round of butter in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And when I'm finished mixing this in, let me go back. Butter, cream cheese, sugar, sriracha, flour, MSG, food coloring. Butter, sugar, flour, egg, miso, whiskey, baking soda. Yeah, I got it. Okay. I got it all. I got all the ingredients. I'm just like, it doesn't feel like that much dough. Maybe I'm just complaining without necessity yet. Why is my phone ringing? Who the hell's calling me? Someone from... Oh, that is a spam call. Yes, that is a spam call. Correct? Yeah, okay. Okay. I can imagine the reader calling off 15 ingredients and you found the first one. Yeah, you'd probably have to pause that quite a bit. Be like, wait. I was just thinking from like an accessibility standpoint, like, you know, if you had someone reading the recipe out loud to you, I'm sure there are people in the world who want that. I would listen to an audio cookbook. I'm thinking about what context I would listen to an audio cookbook. I'd probably listen to, I mean, I read cookbooks right now anyway, just the same as I read like a regular book. Like I got this cookbook and I sat on Tuesday at Calvin's karate class and like read it, like read through, you know, every recipe that looked interesting to me. I read the blurb, I read the ingredients, and I read the process to see if it would be a good Cookie Club thing or just if I wanted to make it in general. There's this thing that I keep seeing on Instagram that it was like a couple people like duetting something, right? The thing where you like post someone else's thing and make a comment about it. And it was this person who was like kind of mocking someone else for using an accessibility device, but they didn't know what it was. And then the person duetting it and saying like, with all these types of things, if you don't know what it is, it's not for you. Like if you don't understand who would use something like this, it's because you don't need it. And so when I'm like, you know, who would use an audio cookbook? Well, I don't need that. So I don't know. Someone would. All right, let's put this in the fridge. Get a towel. We'll cover this one too. And then we're going to clean up for just a little bit and get the counter ready. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make another batch. I'm going to make another double batch of these right now. Because what I don't want to, I have all my ingredients out. I'm ready to go. What I don't want to happen is for this to get into a territory where I don't have enough dough. And what I will say is if this ends up being enough dough, and it's totally fine, I will freeze the rest of it. And then I'll just have cookies. Right? Exactly. I'd rather have too much than not enough. So we're going to do this one more time, except we're going to start at the beginning because I didn't batch all this out, which is totally okay. Now that we know how to do it, it'll go a lot quicker. So bear with me. Bear with me because I'm worried. My anxiety over not having enough is spiking. I know that I have enough ingredients, so we're just going to go ahead and do another batch. And that'll be fine. And that'll be fine. So we're going to do another double. I'm going to do another double because I think that's the way to go. Because those two bowls seem like just enough. They seem like maybe they'd be enough, and like probably they wouldn't be. So that's fine. We have to wait for this dough anyway. So let's get our prep station back. We're ready. I moved it off to the side, and now here it is again. All right, so for the sriracha butter, we need 2 tablespoons of unsalted butter. And I am using unsalted butter, by the way. I know that I often say, like, oh, I hate unsalted butter, I don't have it. But I do, when I'm making, like, a specific, something like this, where there are enough specifics in this recipe that I am like, all right, let's do it completely the right way. So I got unsalted butter for the purpose of making this recipe. So just FYI, we did get the right butter. We got the right kind of everything except the expensive Japanese whiskey, which I did not get because it's expensive Japanese whiskey. And I have no other use for it other than today's recipe. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Catastrophe, welcome in. Nice to have you. All right, so we said 28 grams is 2 tablespoons for the sriracha butter. So 28 grams of cream cheese, 21, 26, 27, 29. Close. We're going to go with 29, and I think that'll be okay. Yeah, the miso with the salted butter, like, I'm not adding any additional salt to this. The miso is in place of salt here. So that's definitely part of it. So we have 2 tablespoons of butter, 2 tablespoons of cream cheese. I need 4 tablespoons of light brown sugar. So that's 56. Where's my sugar spoon? 56 grams of light brown sugar in this bowl. 40, 55, 56. Now in this bowl, I also need brown sugar, so let's just do that at the same time. Light brown sugar, that's 90 grams of light brown sugar in this bowl. 1, 2, 60, 70, 80, 86, 70, 80, 89, 90. Okay, done with the sugar. I'm telling you, so I like your Twitch hat. Thank you. It is a love. I enjoy this hat too. We need 3 tablespoons of sriracha. That was 45 grams. 45 grams of sriracha. 15, 30, 45, 15 per tablespoon. 1.5 times 2 is 3. 15 times 3 is 45. 45 grams of sriracha. $20, $30, 45 grams of sriracha. 2 tablespoons of flour. I am going to have to get out more flour, aren't I? I am. See, I said I wasn't going to earlier, and then I was like, I just jinxed myself. Although, I don't know, I might. We'll see. 2 tablespoons of flour. 1. 2. Now, I need 3 360 grams of flour in, no, not that bowl, not that bowl. 360 grams of flour in here. Okay, let's see. Do I have enough flour in this thing? I am going to have to get out more flour. 310. Nope, I definitely don't. 320. Okay. Let's get out another bag of flour. Fortunately, this is the same exact flour as is in this container. So I'm not worried about types of flour mixing and having different effects. That's okay. 320, 30, 58, 60, 360. Okay, put that to the side. While I'm here, my flour container. Okay, flour container is refilled. Now, baking soda, I need 1 teaspoon of baking soda in here. 1 teaspoon. Okay, that's good. Baking soda's finished. Mix this together. Flour and baking soda mixture is ready to go. And let's get back to the other part of this. So we did the, where are we? We did the flour in here. 2 pinches of MSG. 2 drops of food coloring. 2 pinches of MSG. 2 drops of food coloring. 1, 2. Mix this together now with a spatula. So, oh, right. I didn't soften the butter. It's soft, but it's not like out of the fridge for multiple hours soft. First off, take that. I'm going to put this in for 29 seconds at power level 5. Can't put this in there. So we're gonna do this. How are we gonna do this? We're just gonna go for this and mix it by brute force. Okay, are we soft here? Soft-ish. Let's, what am I mixing this with? A whisk. Right. Almost. You stay. Almost there. This is my miso, or not miso. This is my Sriracha butter. I think I'm going to need to let this sit for at least a second or two. Now this is fine because this is a third batch of dough. I have a batch of dough that has 9 minutes left on it. That's like ready, almost ready. So that's, if this needs to sit out so that the butter softens just for a second, which I actually don't think it's going to. The thing is, I had extra butter sitting out at to start stream, and I didn't use it. I just put it back in the fridge, and so it didn't completely chill again. So this was pretty soft to begin with, and it should be okay. MSG and cookies, right? We have MSG, we have Sriracha in here. So I just kind of put this butter, I broke this butter up a bunch. So we're gonna let this sit for a moment here out while I finish the rest of this. Okay, this should be good, and this should be ready to go now. Okay, I need 300 grams of granulated sugar now in here. So this butter is confirmed soft enough to mash. Okay, 300 grams of granulated sugar, right? 150 times 2, 300, correct. Okay, 1, 2, 60, 70, 80, 90, 300, 301, close enough. All right, so we have our butter, we have our sugar, we have our brown sugar. We need 2 eggs. Two eggs. Let me wash my hands before I crack those. You watch. I'm going to end up with like so many cookies. And if that's the case, it's okay. Totally fine. If I end up needing, if this ends up being like so much cookie dough, I'd rather have that problem than the like, oh shoot, I need to make more after having already baked some. That's the negative, right? Butter, sugar, egg. So we got the butters, we got the sugars. Here goes an egg, here goes 1, here goes 2. Butter, sugar, egg, miso, 2 tablespoons of miso. So again, that's 6 teaspoons. This is 10, 20, 30 grams of miso. I'm going to go ahead and measure that directly into the container this time because, wait, why did I get out 2 of these? Oh, I bought 2 of these, right. When I was in the store, I forgot exactly how much miso I needed in these. So I bought 2 of them and I definitely did not need 2. All right, that's okay. Jenna, no such thing as too many cookies. No, I'm with you. I'm with you, both in agreeance and in practice right now. We might 27, 30, perfect. We might end up with too many. I might end up with, how would I better phrase that? More cookies than I need. 2 tablespoons of whiskey. All right, we may end up opening the smaller bottle after all. 2 tablespoons is also 30 grams. I guess I had enough after all. It is worth saving. Okay, then we add the baking soda and flour in after that. Okay, so we're good. I added my flour, I added my baking soda. I already mixed those together. I need to whisk this now. Yeah, butter is soft enough. Not as soft as the first round, but that's okay. It'll get soft when I begin to mix the hell out of it. And I thought about this the first time around. I need to put like a towel or something underneath of this because this is, there we go. Yeah, I do love when that happens. I love when you use like the very, very last of something and it's like the exact last of something that you needed. That is super satisfying, honestly. Like, there's a lot of different ways that cooking can be satisfying, and that is definitely one of them. Okay. So yeah, the butter is a little bit more solid than the last time, which is okay. It's still going to mix in. I just need to, it sticks into the tines a little bit more. All right. So I've used my 2 largest bowls, and then this is my 3rd largest bowl. Added to a carton of vanilla ice cream. Hell yeah. I don't drink, but I would, you know, if it's like bourbon something and it's like raw bourbon in a thing, I would drink that, or I would eat that. It's I don't avoid alcohol entirely like that. I just don't, I'm not going to like pour it over ice and drink it, you know, but like, what's the, there's a, like any ice cream that has like liquor in it, I'll definitely drink that. I'll definitely eat that. Okay. So this looks just like the last ones. And now we're going to take, well, here's what we're going to do first. We're going to stir this a little bit more. This is my Sriracha butter. If I'd have thought about it before I mixed all the ingredients in, I would have popped the butter and this butter in the microwave first, but it's in a metal bowl and I can't. So I think this should be fine. Because I chopped the butter. I mean, there was just 2 tablespoons of butter in here. It was pretty small. All right, my first round of cookie dough went into the refrigerator just about 30 minutes ago. So once I'm finished this, what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick pause and we'll play a game of words on stream. I'm going to clean up. I'm going to put some of these dishes in the dishwasher, and then we are going to come back and we'll start baking some cookies. So for those of y'all who are like familiar with the Cookie Club process, I will be making the cookies, then we're going to cool them, and then we're going to package them. So the goal is that we get them all packaged on stream today. Now all of my packing material is ready to go. I've got my, got my bags and all measured out and counted out. So I'm ready to start packing. But these are going to need to cool first. So we're going to bake. The goal is that we're going to bake all of the cookies. and then package, starting with the ones that we baked first. So after I'm finished with this, we're going to clean up the counter here because I've got a lot of stuff over here. I've got all my ingredients are still out. My mixer is out, even though I'm not actually using it today. Mixer is out. So we're going to put all of that away, and then we're going to get ready to have a counter full of cookies that are drying, cooling, and drying, I suppose. Those garlic cookies that I've been making on stream that I've been making for the past past year, basically, and perfecting. I finally have them to a point where they are good. The recipe is good. It's good to my taste. It's what I want. It's most importantly, the recipe is what I want because I'm making them literally for myself. No one's paying me for it. If they were paying me for it, I'd probably be way past deadline. But I realized not one of the steps, but kind of the most important part of them is letting them rest for like a day. Like they dry out overnight. Like no matter how good they are, like out of the oven, like 10, 15, 20 minutes cooled out of the oven, they're better the next day. Every batch I've ever made, it's been better the next day. Carol, on YouTube, I am making sweet Sriracha cookies. So these are from the 108 Asian Cookies Cookbook by Kat Lau. They are basically a sugar cookie. The Asian aspect is a couple elements. They use miso instead of salt. They call for Japanese whiskey. I'm using American bourbon, but that's okay. It's Jim Beam, so it's owned by a Japanese company. And they use sriracha, like the rooster sauce, the spicy rooster sauce, for a bit of heat. So we're making those. What I'm doing right now is I'm making my 5th and 6th batch of them. I have 2 batches in the refrigerator right now that are, or rather I have 2 double batches in the refrigerator. I have a 3rd double batch in this bowl right now, and we're about to pop this batch in the refrigerator as well. So we're making cookies for CookieClub. It is a rewards program for folks that hang out on the live stream and in the community, both online and on Discord. We just made partner on YouTube. So I am working over the next couple weeks to make the YouTube chat experience a little bit more aligned with the chat experience on Twitch, which is the primary platform where I'm streaming. So that folks who are on YouTube can subscribe and have that count towards CookieClub, and can also use sound and get benefits befitting a channel where you can actually subscribe. So that's what we're doing today. Welcome in again. Thank you. I know you've been hanging out, so appreciate you. For those of y'all who are watching on YouTube, I would love it if you'd hit the like button. I'd love it if you'd hit the subscribe button too. I am always pleasantly surprised when I look at stream after it's over and I see folks, folks have subscribed on YouTube, during the stream. I currently have the chat set such that if you are watching on YouTube, you do have to be a subscriber for more than 5 minutes in order to chat. The reason for that is I don't have a strong, maybe I shouldn't admit this out loud, but currently I don't have strong moderator tools built into my desktop, my own admin experience here. So I want to kind of keep I keep a tighter lock on that, for lack of a better term. But we're gonna build out the overall YouTube aspect of the stream and integrate it more with what we already do on Twitch. Thank you. I appreciate the congratulations. Yeah, it's I don't remember when I started streaming on YouTube, but I do all of the streams are multicast between YouTube and Twitch. On YouTube, they are both vertical and horizontal. So there is a fully separate vertical experience that I have built for the stream that if Twitch ever lets me, I will send to Twitch as a native experience so that folks watching on Twitch can experience a vertical stream, should they so choose that. I was just talking to another streamer the other day about multi-streaming. I was talking to Earth Toast specifically. They were asking about it and sort of relaying some of the logistics of setting all of that up. It's definitely an additional bit to manage more than one platform, but not so hard that you shouldn't do it. Okay. Well, this is ready to go. We have batch, our third double batch is finished. Third double batch is finished. All right, this can go in the fridge. Put another towel on top of this one. And now we're going to take a little break. During the break, we're going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch because that is going to allow folks who come in on the next hour, during the next hour, not to receive any ads, which we love. We're going to do... So thank you for the shout out. Earth Toast is a fellow food and drink streamer, member of the Food and Drink Creator Club. If you're also a food and drink streamer and you're in chat and you're lurking and you're not in the Creator Club, you should probably join. It would be great. I am an advisor to the Creator Club and I would be happy to answer all your questions in their Discord. Okay, we're going to take a little break. I'm going to clean up the counter. I'm going to put some things away. I'm going to triage the dishes. We'll put a few things in the dishwasher during that time. When we come back, we are going to start making cookies. My oven is ready. I need to get my sheet pans out and get them lined with parchment paper, but that's like super easy. Once we're back. In the interim, as I mentioned, we're going to go play a game of Words on Stream while we run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. Where is Words on Stream? Let me find it here. Here it is. Carol, you said on YouTube, you said you love everything Japanese. I love this cookbook. I'm excited to cook a lot from here. It seems you have 2 lives open. Well, I'm sending 2 different streams. I have one vertical and one horizontal. So if you are on your phone and you click the live stream, you should get the vertical one. And if you are on your horizontal, if you're on your desktop, you should be seeing that. So I assume that you're viewing, I see that you're chatting on the vertical stream. So I'm assuming that you're on, that you're watching vertically, which is great. If you were to switch to desktop, you should get a different experience. Okay, if you are on Twitch, you're going to get a 3-minute ad and you're going to, have the option to play Words on Stream. That's coming up. If you want to hear what I have to say during that time, there is a link to YouTube in chat. There are no ads on the YouTube live stream currently. Words on Stream is up. We're going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch and we'll be right back. Here that comes. I'm going to do some dishes and clean up during that time.
Hi. Welcome to another
Actually not going to do any dishes. I'm going to just manage the dishes, meaning I'm going to put them in the dishwasher. Doing the dishes would require probably more time than I have. So we're not gonna do that. We are gonna put them in the dishwasher and put things away. Put things away. Mainly I'm gonna put things away. That's my goal. Which I should do that first, but I'm not. You watch, I'm going to end up with like 1,000,000 cookies today. Not a bad problem. Not even I wouldn't even call that a problem. Just a aspect of the stream. Wow, was that a board? That was a board. That was a board. Good job, y'all. Yeah, Carol, every time I make something, Carol on YouTube says, every time I make something for the fam, I end up with a mountain of dishes. I know, and that is definitely the issue. I realized a while ago from the live streaming perspective that I wasn't like pausing to do the dishes. And so at the end of stream, I would end up with like a mountain of dishes, like big same, just like so many dishes. And it was occasionally, it was such that it was just like overwhelming to look at. Like I'd get to the end of the stream and just be like, I can't do this. Like I can't, there's so much, like I'd have to do it in phases. And now I do a little bit more, I take a little bit better care of myself in that regard, where like the way that Twitch works is they run ads like no matter what. And so I just choose to like run them manually and do some of the dishes during that time. Because it kicks people into the ads and they can't hear me. They can only see some of the broadcast. So it's a choice. And at some point there will be ads on YouTube as well, because if you accept their like their monetization, then you just get ads no matter what. Okay, things are away. Hey, if you are watching on Twitch, thank you for your patience. I appreciate you because you stuck around for the ads. And now you're back. And now anyone who comes into the stream in the next hour will not get an ad. And they will also appreciate you for having stuck it out through the thing. Okay. Did we get a board? Did we get a board? We did not get a board this time. No board. Okay. Well, how about, do you want to play another one anyway? Because I want to finish putting my stuff away. Can I, okay, oh, here it goes. Okay, I really need to finish putting this stuff away. I got everything in the dishwasher and the sink is ready to go, but I need to get the counter done. Okay, see how that works. Yeah, Carol, there's nothing in the oven currently, but I have the oven on because we're gonna be popping cookies into it in just a moment. And whenever I turn the oven on, in the house, I kind of like to turn the light on too. It's sort of a habit because when I look over and I see that the light is on in the oven, it reminds me that the oven is on. And if you're the type of person who like worries about leaving the oven on, that little like change in habit can help ease your mind. Unless you forget to turn the light off when you turn the oven off, and then you panic later when you see it. But that's also fine too. It just means that, hey, you remembered, and then you panicked. Anyway, I generally like to just keep the light on in the oven while I have it on. That's my best practice. Okay, let's get our Move that. And move these. Got our salt. I'm going to put that away. That was that a board? See, what have I done? See, this is where y'all started again. So we have a rule. We do have a rule that if there is a board, that we play another one. So that's one of the things that I want to include when I do an update for. Okay, so when I update things for YouTube, I want to see. I want to be able to commands, sounds, CookieClub entries, words. What else do I want to be able to do? Let me scroll up and say hi, because I definitely see some folks who popped into chat during words on stream. Excuse me, at the beginning here. Advice guy, welcome in. Happy Thursday. Michael Bublé, happy Thursday. I have something to say to you after we're out of the words on stream board. Good things. No one helps when it comes to dishes, Carol says on YouTube. Yeah, that's also true. Soflif, 2,500 chat messages. Hey. That's quite a bit. That is quite a bit. I wish all the success getting monetized soon. Thank you. I appreciate that, Carol. We're I just hit phase 1 of the YouTube partner thing, which I think means I don't know what that means exactly, because I didn't look into it. But I did hit phase 1 literally on Tuesday of this week, after Tuesday's stream. Or not after Tuesday. It wasn't because of Tuesday's stream. I hit it previously to that, but I got the email today, in fact. Today. So I haven't even activated it yet. I just I know I got the email. All right, y'all. Good work on the words today so far. We're doing good. Valiant effort indeed. Do you remember the Prince Valiant comic? Was that a thing? Did y'all have that in your newspaper growing up? Did you also not read it? I had that comic in the paper, and I just remember it being like, what is this even all about? This is silly. Okay, we are wiping the counter. I'm sanitizing the counter here, because we're gonna put. We're not putting the cookies on the counter. We are, however, putting them, adjacent to the counter. Okay. Let me wash my hands again, and then we're gonna get started. My oven is on. My oven has been on since before stream started, so it's very much preheated. I hope it's at the right temperature. It's at 350. I actually didn't look at what temperature these cookies bake at. If this is preheat your oven to 425, I'm gonna be like, but that's okay. And if that's the case, just turn it up. No problem. Okay, so we did all of this. Don't fully incorporate the Sriracha batter or over mix. Cover the bowl, refrigerate for 30 minutes. Adjust racks in the upper and lower middle positions of the oven. Preheat the oven. Line baking sheets with parchment paper. Scoop 19 2-tablespoon portions of dough and space 2 inches apart on the prepared baking sheets. All right, so these bake for 16 minutes, it says. Yikes, that is a long baking time. Okay, okay, we're gonna do one baking sheet first. We're just gonna start with one and then move forward. We're going to start with one. We're going to see how long that takes. Truly, how many cookies I can fit on a tray. Truly, And if I need to, I will adjust so that I can do. I will adjust so that I can do 2 sheet pans in there at once. Right now in the oven, I have a baking stone or pizza stone, which I like to leave in there because 1, it's big and heavy, and like, where the hell am I going to store it? 2, it helps keep the oven at a good temperature. It's a heat sink. So if you preheat the oven and it heats for a long time and it's been in there for a while, it will keep the oven at a good temperature. Trina Alexa on YouTube, welcome in. That is a rare but familiar name. It took me a second. I was like, is this someone I know in real life? And then I saw the wrench and I was like, right. Came across your feed. That's fun. You better like it. If you're watching on YouTube, hit that like button. Thank you. Helps bring the stream to other people. If you're watching on Twitch, I want you to know that follows are silent. Subscriptions are also silent on YouTube. Like, if you hit the subscribe button, nothing happens. I mean, you subscribe, but like, nothing happens insofar as, like, there's no sounds. I'm not going to be like, thanks for subscribing, person. So yeah, there's that. I had a thought though. What was I saying? I said something. Oh, during that last game of words, I said to Michael Bublé that I had something to say to them. Congrats on your efforts in Food Fight. I wanted to say I watched on Tuesday, Monday, whatever that was, Monday. I watched on Monday. Good stuff. Good show. Y'all looked like you were having fun, which is obviously the most important part. It was a blast, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad it was a blast. That's the whole point, is to enjoy it. I think Dana and Darth are fun hosts. I like their rapport together. So we're doing some parchment paper here. I'm not crumbling it. It lays flat. I'm using my like large sheet pan, so it lays pretty flat to begin with. I might, depending on how these cookies turn out and how everything goes, I might cut a second separate pieces of parchment for this. Okay, so we are into the baking aspect. Scoop 19 2-tablespoon portions of dough and space 2 inches apart. Okay, so this says 2 tablespoon portions of dough. Now, y'all, I have to admit something. I bought a kitchen gadget. I bought a 2 tablespoon cookie scoop. So we're gonna do that. So this is a 2 tablespoon portion of dough, and we're going to portion them 2 inches apart. Three. 4. So I'm curious how many cookies this ends up actually making. I bought a gadget. It's a single-use gadget too. It is a 2 tablespoon scoop, which is functionally pretty useless for everything else. except cookies. But I had the thought, I probably will use this again for cookies, right? Like, I feel like there's, in my head, I was like, there's been at least one other time where I've been like, you know, I could use a 2 tablespoon scoop today, and that would make this easier. And I haven't had one, so I bought one. And now I have one, so so we're gonna use it. And I'm trying to make these roughly the same size. I'm not actually sure. I think there's a way to use a cookie scoop. There's like, I've worked in a bakery. I've used one of these before. I just don't remember. There's like an exact sort of science on how to do this. Because it's like, it's 2 tablespoons exactly, like filled up to the top. But like, these aren't all the same size. See, I can see that just looking at them. And this is what I'm saying. There's definitely a way to do this where it is, where it comes out exactly the same. Okay, so here we go. This is good. I think we're good to go here. So that's 12 cookies. It says to like put them in, and then it says switching the sheets between top and bottom and rotating front to back. I'm going to put these in for 16 minutes. And I'm going to scoop one more tray because I know that these will all fit here. So this is 12 cookies going in the oven. Hope they work. I'm going to end up using 4 sheet pans today. Start the timer. Important, very important. I think I'm going to end up using 4 sheet pans. The reason I say that is because you do have to rest these for a couple minutes on the sheet pan. And I think I'm going to want to move a little faster than this. So I think what we'll probably end up doing is scooping all of these like at once, like scooping as many of these as possible, and like staging them on a sheet pan. Cookies turned out, you make them spicier than the recipe asked for. That's like basically how I approach every recipe that's spicy. Carol says, I'll know they'll turn out amazing. I hope so. I mean, I'm following the recipe. I know they'll turn out well. I'm not specifically worried about whether they'll turn out necessarily. I'm more concerned with timing, right? Like I'm making 60 of these, right? If I do 12 on a sheet pan, $12, $24, 36, 48, 60. That's 5. 5 times 15 is an hour and 15 minutes. So I guess that's actually not that bad. It's only 15:30. Okay, I'm overthinking it. And they have to cool. So yeah, the first batch is testing. That's why I'm only doing 1 to start. And I'd like to point out, by the way, that there was 12 cookies on that tray in the oven. 15, 16, 17, 17, 18, 19. Okay. So I just scooped one batch of cookies. And that's quite a lot left in this bowl. So I think I'm feeling good about, okay, now I'm feeling good about the amount of dough that I have. Like, just to be super clear. Now I know that I have extra dough. I am positive that I have extra dough at this point. Because I think I got spooked. That's what happened. Is I got spooked with this first batch being so I should have used the normal size bowl first. That's what I should have done. I should have done the regular old bowl, like the normal size large bowl. That's what I should have done. I didn't, but that's okay. Yeah, anyone with dough to spare. We're definitely going to have dough to spare. That is true. And I'm pretty sure I can freeze this. And if I can't freeze it, what I'm going to do is scoop it. Well, I know I can freeze it. What I'm probably going to do with this is put this, I'm probably going to scoop, I'm going to make as many cookies as I need. Then I'm going to scoop this and just roll these into balls and put them in the freezer to freeze in cookie ball form and not in like whole batch form. So, D Gamers, what did you find in one of your storage boxes? I bet that it was your old CD case with all of your like old CDs from like the 90s and early aughts. Maybe. Could be. Okay, well, these look good. I mean, they're spreading nicely. They're spreading really nicely. I should have put the camera on the oven to like show these in the oven. Maybe I can still do that. I mean, I'm sure I can still do that. An original Game Boy, no shit. That's kind of amazing. Do you have a plan for it? Like, I don't mean that in a like, I guess what I'm asking is like, can you do anything with it? Oh, there it goes. Look at that. Frozen. Okay, hold on. We're gonna fix this. We're going to do that, and then we're going to do that and that. Okay. And then take that off. And there we have our cookies in the oven. Still in the box? Get out of here. That's super cool. An original Game Boy still in the box is probably worth a lot of money. I wouldn't take it out of the box. I'd probably see what it's worth before you unbox it. Is my oven an option? What do you mean, Carol, on YouTube? What is that? I'm not sure what your question is. Does it include the air? No, it's not a convection. Sorry, I was processing what that question actually meant. No, it's not a convection oven, so it doesn't do, it doesn't have the option for that. Unfortunately not. And they are rising. They are definitely, they're coming along. I'm leaving that one in there. They're 8 minutes in. We got 8 minutes to go. It said halfway to switch them and rotate them halfway through. I'm not going to do that because I only have one tray in the oven. That's assuming that you have two trays that are stacked. So, you know, this is just one tray and it's just sitting there. So I am just going to leave it in to do its thing. And what I'm going to do now is I'm just getting more, I'm just prepping more cookie dough. Because these are going to bake. And I'm not sure if I'm going to use different trays or if I'll end up using just all the same trays. But I'm just getting some more dough balls like ready to go. And yeah, a convection oven would be nice. Something with like an air, you know, with an air current in it would be great. I don't have that option with this oven, but I recognize that it would be nicer if I did. Circulation, the heat circulation would be amazing. This is not that. This is not that. As much as I wish it were. Tucson says at the hospital, if you blow air in the gloves, you're required to throw them away and get new gloves. I did not know that. What is the reason? I guess I'm assuming the reason for that is that airborne pathogens would still be present, I'm assuming. That is a really interesting find, D. I'm excited for you. Wait, did you say what you're gonna do with it? What you're actually gonna like try to do with it? $8 for a honeydew melon. Honey, don't buy that. That's too much. Honeydew's not even that good of a melon, honestly. Like, if I'm going to spend $8, I'm getting something that's like, I don't know. Getting something a little better. Chart says honeydew is mid. Yeah. Yeah, honeydew is the other melon in the fruit salad. Where you're just like, oh, it's got cantaloupe and watermelon, and like, there's some honeydew in there. It's the melon where you're like, don't get too much of that in my fruit salad. That's all right. Meat is cheaper. Meat is cheaper, but does not go as well in said fruit salad. That's factually correct. Okay. We got 5 minutes left on these cookies. They do in fact look like that. That is the right. I was wondering if my computer or my screen had frozen. I don't think it has. They do look like that. They're looking pretty good. I think I need to work on the spacing. Okay, Calvin is texting. He's updating. Hold on, what is he updating on? He's updating on his journey home. Okay. Cool. He's good. All right. When the kid texts you, you respond, or you read it at least. I did not respond, but I did read it. Okay, let's get out our next bowl and portion that out. Tucson, yeah, he takes the bus. He's a bus rider to and from school. Which is kind of terrifying as a parent, if I'm being honest, but you know, it's how we do. Carlos on YouTube says I I made cookies once and they spread so much they started merging. They do that. It's very it's always kind of funny. The spacing is important. And yeah, as I'm looking at those and how much these are spreading out, I'm like, all right, the next ones, we're gonna make sure they're like perfectly spaced. Yeah, Michael, Michael says, I'm glad there wasn't text when I was a kid, right? Parents would have been up my ass every 2 seconds. Yes. And I, as a parent, I try not to do that. I try to make sure that well, one, I don't want him on his phone all the time. Like, I know that he's using his phone when he's in transit. You know, I'm aware that he's on it more than I actually want him to be on it. But like, you know, we have location enabled. He has like an air tag. It's all, you know, there's all the Big Brother stuff going on. And I don't like look at it though. That's the thing. I don't want to, it's like too much anxiety for me to have to think about that all the time. One of the things that I thought about recently that I don't have turned on, but I would like to turn on, is the thing that is the function on the location services where if you leave a location, it sends an alert. And that's one that I think I would like to turn on where like, hey, if you leave school, it will let me know. And not even really because I'm worried about like truancy. It's more around like, when are you actually heading home? Like, are you on the way home? Because sometimes I lose track of time and he'll just like enter the house and I'm like, oh, is school even over yet? And I'm like, oh yeah, it ended an hour ago. What? But I don't have that on, and I don't think the next time I remember it, I probably won't turn it on. Like, I'm thinking about it right now, but I'm not going to stop and do that. And I'm going to forget it before the next time. All right, so we have another tray of cookies ready to go here. Sounds like he has real life physical friends, he definitely does. Yeah. And he takes the bus with friends, like with other kids, his peers. So it's fine. Druggies and crazy people. I mean, hey, Tucson, we live in a city. Like, you're also riding the bus with everyone. Like, literally everyone. It's not just, you know, there's definitely people on the bus who are unsavory individuals, but I couch that with the fact that like he and I have ridden the bus together since he was a literal like baby, and he has seen it all. I mean, he's seen all of it that I've seen with me for the past 10 years. So, you know, he's seen the reactions to it. He knows kind of what the best practice is. So I was on a field trip, right? If he was on a field trip, I'm probably there. I've been on all the field trips so far. I will continue to go on all the field trips that he wants me to go on. Okay, timer just went off. Let's get these out of the oven. We're going to see how they look. We're going to open the oven. We're going to pop these out, and I'm going to pop the next ones in. They look well spaced. Okay. Here come these. I'll show you those in a second. And then we're going to pop these in and close it up and start the timer. Okay. That is the right amount of time for these cookies. And these look to be a good size. So if you want to see the cookies, they're on screen right now. I can't tilt them too much because they will they will slide off this tray. So if I tilt them too much, but there they are. They're looking pretty good. I'm excited about them too. I'm going to leave those on the tray just for a few minutes. And it says 5 minutes, so I'm going to set a timer for 5 minutes. And we'll get those ready. Muffin trays, Carol on YouTube says that's a good one. The muffin tray cookies are great. Sophia says we upgraded my kiddo to a Garmin Bounce watch this Christmas. Okay. I like the idea of a watch because it stays on you. I also don't like it for the same reason. Because it's like, I've seen some of his friends that have like the Apple Watch and they're just like tapping it all the time. I want something that I can be like, put that away and it's gone. I had other parents who were like, my kid would lose that watch. My kid would lose that phone. If they had a phone, they would literally lose it. And so like they have to have a watch. And that kid is one of Calvin's friends. And that kid was like, oh yeah, I would lose it. And I'm like, I believe you. I know you. I know that you would lose it. I've met you before. Katsumi says I rode public transit on 30 years. It was fine. There's a lot of other people around. Valid. Yeah. The thing is, it also says sprinkle sea salt flakes over the cookies. I'm going to do that now so that they kind of settle in a little bit. These look great. You can see the streaks of red in them, which is amazing. Love that. Okay, sea salt is sprinkled. Timer's going, other timer's going. We're good. Let's work on another tray of cookies here. So what I'm going to do also, by the way, I'm just going to scoop all of these cookies and like, we're going to scoop all of them. If it ends up being, you know, anything over 60 cookies, I am just going to put in a bag in the freezer, or I'm going to put it on a tray in the freezer. And then freeze them. Great parental controls, which is important. Yeah, the parental controls are sort of the thing. When I gave Calvin his phone, I spent a good month with the phone myself, sort of figuring out all of the ins and outs of it, and like what you can control, what you can see, what he has access to, kind of looking at it, you know. 9 says, I love that my sons have maintained friendships from school after they graduated because they also hung out online. And that's the thing, you know, I tell Calvin now, like he'll be playing Roblox with his friends and I'm like, ask your friends questions. Like literally you're talking to your friends on Roblox. Talk about something. Like ask them how they feel about not having had recess because of the snow. Like, ask them what they're doing this weekend. Like, literally fucking talk. Use it as a conversation. I'm like, just because you're playing a video game, like, and I think about this when I was a kid, like I sat around with my friends and watch them play like PlayStation and all, and we didn't really talk. And it's not even, you're not even physically next to the person anymore. You're just like online. Like I listen to these kids, I listen to him with his friends online, and like they don't even say hello or goodbye to each other. They just like drop off. And I'm like just a little tiny change in the way that you engage can mean a much more meaningful interaction. It's not that hard. You just have to like practice. Tucson says people in Tucson have gotten stabbed on the bus. I mean, yeah. People in Philadelphia have gotten shot on the bus. There's all sorts of shit that happens on the bus. The thing is with the school corridors and like the timing of it is that, for example, I have ridden the bus home with Calvin before, right? After like a field trip, I was there, you know, I stayed and like rode the bus home because I was like, oh, wouldn't it be nice to ride the bus home together? No, it's not. You want to know why it's not? Because that bus that he takes home sits out in front of the school. It's a public bus, but enough kids take the bus that there is a literal bus that waits in front of the school. And that bus has 50 kids on it. And I got to tell you, you don't want to be on that bus. You don't want to be on that bus. You can't even think. You can't get a seat. They're just yelling at each other. They're all on their phone. They've just been released from school, like literal, like feral creatures. And in the morning, same thing. Same thing. So I hear you in the sense that generally speaking, like, do I want my kid to ride public transit all the time? Like, if he was like, hey, I want to go to my friend's house in a different part of the city, you know, can I take the bus there on like a Saturday afternoon? My answer would probably be no. But the thing about having critical mass is that you have critical mass. If it's like commuting time and all the kids in the city are well, not all the kids, but like the kids that take the bus, you know, if they're all there, all at the same time, that bus is, I'm not worried about that bus. I'm worried about that driver and their sanity. There's been a couple times, many times, twice this week actually, where the bus, we were waiting at the bus stop in the morning and the bus was so full that it passed us. Not once, but twice that happened. Not twice, 2 days in a row. It did happen 2 days in a row. But on Monday, Tuesday, there was two buses that literally passed us because they were too full. And those are the ones where I'm like, I'm not worried. I just don't have a lot of concern at that time of day. No, you did school bus as a kid? Same. For elementary school, I did too. Buffalo isn't Philly. No, but I mean, again, as I said, he has been riding the bus with me for 10 years now. Like he's seen stuff on the bus. And I trust enough that if he felt like there was an unsafe person on the bus, that he would get off. Because we've done that before. Like he and I have done that where I've said like, I don't feel safe right now. This person is, and you know, and then explained why, you know, after we got off. So I think his judgment is a little different. I'm confident in his judgment. It's always other people that I don't trust, but I know that there will be other people on the bus when he is on there. Other peers. He doesn't ride the bus alone. Not to or from school. They send the bus if the main bus is full. No, I mean, just the next bus. I mean, it's the city, so, you know, they come every 7 to 8 minutes. I think it's every 7 to 10 minutes. Different lines have different timings, and different times of day have different timings. But no, they don't like send another one. There's going to be another one. It's very it's not it's a concern because, like, you know, after the second bus passed us on Tuesday, I was like, well, we might be in trouble. Carol on YouTube, there is a lot of dough. This is my second full tray of these. So we're getting to the point. Let's see, how many are on that tray? You know, it really doesn't matter because I'm going to portion all of them out anyway, but I really only need 60 cookies. Nine says I miss public transit. It is nice to have, I will say. I appreciate, one of the things I love about the city and living in the city in general is the fact that I don't drive. I do. I mean, I have a license. We have a car. Like, we drive regularly enough, but it's not like when I go to the store, for example, I don't usually drive to the store. I was out yesterday for a little bit. I took the yesterday was above freezing, so I took the little moped out, which I realized was a bad idea after I was already out because there's still slush on all the roads, and it doesn't really handle slush that well. So it was dicey, but we made it work. I made it work. Okay, so I'm taking these off of the tray now. We're gonna try one of these in a little bit here once they're cooler. These are still warm, and I don't want to try them just yet. I want them to be more fully what they're supposed to be, which is cool and room temperature. So we're gonna wait, but we're putting these on cooling racks. They're cool enough that I can take them off the tray. They're coming off well. They're not bending on the edges. They're just like, they're ready to come off the tray. So it said 5 minutes, so we're giving them 5 minutes. Just scraping the excess salt and dough off of here. We have 2 minutes left until these are finished in the oven. I want to cycle these. So what I want to do, I do want to make sure that I know which racks are which. Because the ones that came out of the oven first, I'm going to be able to package first. So we're going to put those kind of up there. I'm going to take this cookbook and sorry, I was just reading. There's cookie tips in here. It says keep them in the oven for an extra minute if you like them extra crispy. I don't particularly want them to be extra crispy. I think they're probably going to be crispy enough when they're dry. Chewy is also good. I like a chewy cookie. Omit the Japanese whiskey to keep the cookie non-alcoholic. Whoops. Store the cookies in an airtight container for up to 5 days. Cool. That means that we will be able to put these in the packaging and they'll be fine for shipping, which is good. Speaking of the bus, Calvin is home. I hear him coming in the door. Hello. Alrighty. Tucson says if the bus is full, you can call and they'll send an extra bus, which is probably pretty nice. How frequently is that line running? I guess is my question. Because what I was saying is, like, we have the way that the bus is here. You know, if the bus skips you because it's too full, it ends up you just catch the next one. You know, it's not that long between buses. It's, you know, at most 10 minutes. Because these are city bus lines. You know, there's several other buses you could also take at the same, you know, roughly equidistant from where you are. How's it going?
Good.
Calvin's here. He's entered the kitchen.
The fridge is open. Do you know?
I did not know the fridge was open. Thank
Were
you.
you talking about the text I sent you?
Yeah, we're talking about the bus line and sort of, you know, your experience busing to and from school.
I was gonna walk home, but then, well, I was gonna call you
Yeah,
if a bus didn't come.
yeah,
If a bus didn't come within, like, I don't know, 10 minutes of me getting to where I got when the bus came.
yeah. Yeah, well, I'm glad you decided not to walk home. I don't really want you to walk home. Yeah, I don't really want you to walk home. Not that I don't think you would make it, but it's
Hello.
Less preferred. Okay, every hour and some are every 10 minutes. Yeah, I mean, these are, whoa, oops.
Oh, that's.
These are definitely done. Good. Okay. These are sweet
Oh, these are Sriracha cookies.
Sriracha cookies. Watch out. Hot, 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 hot. Excuse me. Okay, I'm gonna start the timer. Start the 5-minute timer.
Out of a couple cookies, he asked me which one do I think looks the best, and I chose the sweet Sriracha.
Yeah, so Calvin actually, yeah, you're right. You're right. He picked these. These were his not favorite per se, but of the ones that I
Of the ones that you had given.
yeah, of the options that I gave. Have I ever made caffeinated cookies? I have made cookies with coffee before. I've made cookies with espresso.
Haven't you made
I've made
tiramisu?
cookies with chai. I've made tiramisu. That's true. But I haven't made like energy cookies, for lack of a better term, before.
You've made cookies with chai in them?
Yeah,
Why haven't you told me?
I don't know. Thanks, Gwen. We'll do those for Cookie Club next. Gwen was like, "You made breastfeeding cookies." Facts. I did. I did, in fact. I believe they were called lactation cookies. But yes, I did make those. We have not made those for Cookie Club, but you know, hope springs eternal. Espresso chai sounds good. The espresso ones, I think the ones that I made, they weren't espresso chai. It was like a chocolate coffee. Oh yeah, dirty chai cookies. That, yes. There's definitely a recipe out there for that. I'm positive. There's a recipe for chai cookies in this cookbook that I'm currently using. High protein cookies. Those are popular nowadays, right? Isn't everybody into protein? Isn't that a thing?
But high protein cookies? Is that a thing?
Yeah, I mean, high protein cookies would be a thing. You just put protein powder in them, right? Like, shouldn't be that hard. You just make them with protein powder. Sprinkle a little protein powder on the top. Oh, speaking of sprinkling, we'll put some salt on the top of this.
Love a good bit of salt.
Okay, get yourself some blackberries in addition to all the chips and such that you're consuming, please. I said in addition to, not instead of. Okay.
Well,
I think you're, oh, never mind. Mom's already on it. I was gonna say his karate uniform's in the dryer, but yeah, you look, you're like 6 laundry loads different from where I was last time I thought about the laundry. So, never mind. Mom knows where your karate uniform is.
Hello.
Do I see berries or something? What do I see? Okay. Okay. Seaweed snacks are not what I was implying, but whatever. At least it's close enough, I suppose. Okay. Grab a second seaweed snack. You know you want 2.
And then there's only going to be 1 in there, so...
How many did you have yesterday? 3? Yeah. There were 6.
Yeah, I had 3 yesterday.
Oh, okay. Well, grab a 3rd one.
Yeah.
Today, then. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. Whenever Calvin comes in, it's always like a little...
Hey!
I'm not saying negatively, Calvin. I appreciate being able to catch up with you just a little bit when you walk in the door. It's important to me. And so I pay slightly less attention to chat, even though I'm still live.
Good.
Because I'm paying attention to you.
Yes, you better pay attention to me. I'm the most important one in the room.
I don't know if you're hearing this.
Other than Daisy. Daisy is not is the most important.
Cottage cheese into waffle mix. Catastrophe. That sounds great. I actually have some cottage cheese in the fridge. Do you all eat cottage cheese? Did you grow up eating cottage cheese?
Lose me.
Like, I ate cottage cheese with apple butter when I was a kid.
I feel like you made that for me before.
I've made it for you before, and you didn't really like it. At least you didn't then. You could try it again, but we don't have any apple butter. Carol on YouTube says orange oatmeal cookies. I love oatmeal anything. Oatmeal cookies are great. There's a recipe for oatmeal cookies in this cookbook as well. Have one healthy item with the junk food. I mean, mainly it's just like, I don't know what else he's had today. I'm like, can you just eat a fruit? Just like one. Salt and pepper on the cottage cheese. Interesting. Wait till he's a teen. Yeah, I believe that. Hopefully he still talks to me. Oatmeal butterscotch chocolate. Oatmeal butterscotch chip cookies. Whoa. I have some butterscotch chips too. I mainly just eat them for a snack. I get like a little handful of them and eat them. Which is fun. Now, I remember when I was a kid, I used to eat apple butter, or like a big thing of cottage cheese, and like a I don't know, like a cup of cottage cheese and like a big spoonful of apple butter, and just like mix it together, and it was really good. And I like remember that, and I think about it. It's funny because I think about it often enough that it's like it's stuck in my head from when I was a kid, but I don't ever have it. I have cottage cheese in the fridge currently because I was testing a recipe recently that used cottage cheese, and it only used like a very little bit of it, and so I still have some left over, so I guess I could make that. I just like, I've had apple butter in the house for years, and I recently just like ate the rest of it, and then I like somehow came across cottage cheese, which is funny because I'm like, forever I didn't have cottage cheese and I always had apple butter, and now that I have the one thing that I don't have the thing that I usually do. Anyway, does cottage cheese count as regular cheese? I kind of count it as like fancy chunky sour cream, if that makes sense. It's like less it's still dairy, so I mean, like, yes, it's regular cheese. I don't really know what it is. Catastrophe, you have apple butter. I like, it's so good. It was a snack when I remember eating it as a literal like, oh, I'm gonna have a snack. I'm gonna have some cottage cheese and apple butter, like, you know, because we didn't have we didn't have like proper snacks in the house. I lived a slightly deprived childhood in that regard. We didn't do like we didn't have snacks per se in the house. I was telling this story to Calvin the other day. I was like, when I was a kid, my mom used to give me string cheese in my lunch every day. And I didn't really want the string cheese. And there was another kid at school whose parents packed him basically like a Lunchable, which I think he actually had a Lunchable. Like he had like a Lunchable and a bag of Doritos. And like my mom would never pack a Lunchable, right? Like it wouldn't even be a thing. And I mean, same. As an adult now, I probably wouldn't pack a Lunchable for Calvin. But this other kid, like, always had Doritos, and he like had full access to Doritos at home, and I didn't. And he had a bag of Doritos in his lunch every day, and I had a string cheese in my lunch every day, which he didn't have at home because that was like a thing. His parents didn't buy string cheese, so we literally traded at lunchtime. It was like cheese for Doritos. And I remember I made that trade. The kid's name was Ryan. I remember him. Like, I remember what he looked like. It was funny. This was literally 5th grade. So I was Calvin's age when this story popped off. Tatsu says, what is apple butter? Like almond butter? Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's basically like applesauce that you cook past being applesauce. It's thicker. It like if you took applesauce and like a jar of applesauce and just put it on the stove and simmered it a little more, you would get to basically apple butter. It's a little different than that, but it's roughly it's roughly equivalent. It's just thicker, kind of like a spread. Exactly, Katsumi. Cottage cheese on potatoes. Hell yeah. Like sour cream. Yeah, it's the kind of where I was saying. It's in my head, it's like a sour cream equivalent. Tassi says cottage cheese is more healthy than regular cheese, seeing as how it's higher in protein, lower in fat, and technically not cheese. Yeah, I don't actually know what cottage cheese is, if I'm being honest. I know that it's I know that it comes in a container and they sell it directly next to the sour cream, so that's why I equivalent. That's why I equate them in my head. Sounds easy to make, but time consuming. Is it a curd? It's definitely a curd. I mean, cottage cheese has it's got a liquid consistency, like it's a chunky liquid, or a liquidy chunk. It's like if sour cream had chunks in it. Am I making it sound good? No. Okay, that's it for the dough. We just portioned all of the dough into balls. So wonderful. I'm gonna fill these. I have all these bowls in the sink. I'm gonna heat the water up and get some hot water in those bowls so that they don't completely stick together, or that they can be clean, rather. And then we're going to take these cookies off the tray, and then we're going to portion the next batch, because the next batch needs to go into the oven in 3 minutes and 36 seconds. So pop these off and just start. Do I want any seaweed? I do not. Thank you.
Okay.
Did you like the teriyaki seaweed?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. I was at the store yesterday and made an impulse purchase. Turned out to be a good one. Making it sound like somebody puked. I mean, It's honestly, if you have like textural issues around food, cottage cheese might not be a good fit for you. Just putting it out there. It is multi-textured. Cottage cheese and buffalo chicken and stuffed shells with it. Hell yeah, that sounds good. So I have a story about the other day. The other day, I was doing the recipe with the shells and the potatoes, the shells and potatoes, the bacon, the stuffed shells with potato and bacon and cheese. And I made those, and they were really good. Calvin and I ate them for dinner last night. He loved them. He enjoyed them when we had them the first time. And Gwen was out last night. She came back super, super late. I think she got back sometime after midnight, maybe. But when I saw her this morning, she was like, "Oh, when I came in, I had some of the dinner that you made last night." And I was like, "Oh, that's nice. Like, what did you think of it?" You know, because it's a new recipe and I was working on it. And she was like, "Oh, it was really good." She was like, "It really reminded me of," and she was like grasping for it. She's like, "You know, when you like have a baked potato and you put like stuff on top of it." And she's like, "There's a word for that." She was like, she was not, because we don't eat these at the house. Like, I don't make them, generally speaking. She was trying to come up with the words "loaded baked potato," and it was just funny because she was like describing the flavor that I was trying to get out of this dish. Without knowing what it was, without me having told her what it was, which was good. I was like, that's good. We love to see that, love to hear that. But then she was like, and this story has a point, and I promise you I'm getting there. A point that reminded me, that I was reminded of this story. Anyway, she was like, "Oh, I wish it had a topping," and I was like, "It does. You just didn't know it was in there." And she was like, "Oh, like what was it?" And like I showed it to her, and she was like, "Oh, I don't like sour cream." And I was like, "Okay, can't win, but thanks for playing." All right, these cookies in the oven have been in here for 16 minutes. It says they're finished. I believe it. They look pretty good. Get these out. Put those on a cooling rack. I'm going to put that tray that I just put together in the oven. We're going to put that there, and we're going to start another 16-minute timer. We're going to start another 5-minute timer. And we're going to put a little salt on these since they are fresh out of the oven. And they are looking good. All of these have, the ones that came out first have mellowed quite nicely in the sense of when they come out of the oven, they look like a little bit glossy. The ones that have been out for a while now just look like cookies. Like they look like regular cookies. All right, so let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15. So we got 15. This will be 30. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 30, 36, 36 plus 12, 12, 24, 36, 48. So we have 48 with what's in the oven. And I have 2 more trays. Okay, so we definitely have enough rolled. And I think once these are all cycled through and out of the oven, we should be good. We should be good to start packaging. I'm going to make, yeah, I said 60. 60 was my number of cookies that I need, which includes, I'm not sending all 60 cookies out. What that number includes is cookies for CookieClub, of course. Some cookies for Calvin's teachers, because now they expect that, because I started sending them the first month of the year. I was like, do you want me to make some extra cookies for your teachers to, like, you know, so you can just give them to your teachers? And they've had them now in September, October, November, December, and January. So this will be the sixth month of teacher cookies. So we can't stop now. We might stop for 6th grade, because I don't know, it's extra cookies. But so we have cookies for the teachers, cookies for the folks that work at the post office, the Lisas, because they process all of y'all's addresses and boxes. They enter the addresses in by hand. They make sure that they're going to the right place. They are patient with me because I have lots and lots of boxes. There are cookies for the household as well. So we have, you know, cookies galore for before I even start packing boxes. We have our regular winners. We have our tier 3 subscribers get cookies. So that's why the number keeps going up. The number of cookies keeps going up. And I finally also made sure to allocate cookies for the house, because there's been at least a couple months where I've like only made the number of cookies that I was sending out, and that was not popular. The people who live here were like, you just spent an entire afternoon making cookies. Where are they? And I've been like, oh, and I was like, oh, sorry, I didn't make enough. And then they're like, make more. Anyway, got about a minute until I'm gonna take these off the tray. I'm gonna take those off the tray. Once those are off the tray, we're gonna tray up the next round, and then I am going to take a quick break. We have enough time to take a quick break before these come out of the oven. During the break, I'm gonna put away the dishes that I washed earlier and are dry over here on the rack now. I'm gonna do the couple dishes that I have in the sink, mainly all of the cookie bowls and things that I made the cookies with. During that time, we'll play a game of words on stream, and then we'll be back. We're gonna continue cooking cookies because we have a few more trays to go here. Okay, that's my 5-minute timer. So these have been out of the oven for 5 minutes. I want to try to take them off the tray at 5 minutes just to see what, because the other ones I like let sit a little bit longer, and I'm curious. Yeah, they're still okay. They're like a little more pliable than the last batch, or than the other ones have been, but not so pliable that they are flimsy. And I think these are going to end up being a little bit chewy, which is good. I like that, as opposed to like really super crispy. I say end up because, you know, right out of the oven, they're a little, you know, they're all a little chewy. Everything's a little chewy out of the oven. That's how it goes. I did not leave these in for like the extra minute that it says if you want them like extra crispy. So they are there we go. So they are just on the edge of able to stand up under the spatula. Move those to the side, get these next ones out. Yeah, Nine, I'll show you. I'm going to try one of these in just a moment here. Probably when I come back from the break. I'm giving them, I was letting them cool. Because I like, cookies that are fresh out of the oven obviously are really good. But I want these, I always like letting them rest just a little bit so I can sort of figure out, how if they're going to taste good at the temperature they're going to be consumed at, right? Brooks, welcome in. Crafty Cat, welcome in. Meteor shower incoming. Ooh, that's fancy. I love that. I love that braid message. That looks cute. That's a good one. Welcome in, y'all. Maybe we won't take a break just yet. I'm gonna say hi first. I'm gonna say hi. Thanks for bringing friends. Sofa, thank you for the shout out. Fellow food and drink streamer Brooks versus the universe, which is quite the competition, honestly. Universe is a big place. MC Magoo, welcome in. Y'all, thank you for coming through. We love a fellow food and drink streamer. Friends, if you're hanging out here, please go follow Brooks versus the Universe. There is a link in chat where you can go visit them on their channel. There's a shout out specifically in chat. It's up at the top of the window somewhere, I believe. Thank you for bringing friends through. I hope stream went well for you today. We are mid process here. I know it looks like I'm at the end, but I'm not, and I'll tell you in a minute why that is. But friends who just joined us, give me just a moment here, and I'm gonna introduce myself. I'm currently doing the cookie logistics, the cookies on the counter logistics shuffle here. So I'm trying to move things around so that I can position a few more racks of cookies on this counter. And we're getting there. So, all right. Okay. We're good. I'm going to prep this tray here while I'm talking, and I hope that's okay. Friends who just joined us, welcome in. This is a cooking stream. It's usually a cooking stream. My name's Lieu. I am a cook. I'm a home cook. I'm also a recipe developer for work and a recipe tester. I do the developing on stream. I do not do the testing on stream because the testing is other people's recipes. I also am a parent. I live in Philadelphia. What else do I have to say about myself? My pronouns are he, they. I am really happy that y'all are here. Our stream is a cooking stream, as I mentioned. We do a lot of recipe development, a lot of vegetable-forward family meals. We also do a bit of baking, which we're doing today. We have some trip prep occasionally. We go camping. I take my son camping super regularly, so we do some trip prep. We'll be doing that, I believe, next Thursday, weather depending. We also occasionally do IRL streams out in the world, here in Philadelphia where I live. And our stream is generally about cooking. We do a lot of talking. We do a lot of chatting, and you can get me off topic pretty easily. We love innuendo. Folks here are kind of weird. Note number one, I guess, or subtopic, whatever. Housekeeping note. There we go. That's what I was searching for. Follows are silent, so if you are a lurker and you hit the follow button, nothing happens. There's no sounds, there's no alerts, there's no chat messages. I'm not going to be like, hey, thank you for the follow, welcome in, blah, blah, blah. Like, where are you from? Answer all these questions. Like, I'm not going to do that to you. I like being able to hang out in a stream and just lurk. So it's important to me that if you are like me and you just want to enjoy your and be not recognized, that you can do that. So just so you know, and if you do like to chat, you want to say hi, I'm happy to say hi to you. So there we go. Average PC Parts. Hi, welcome in. So that is the vibe here. Now that I've sort of introduced myself and what the stream is all about, we try to stream twice a week, usually Tuesday and Thursday. Sometimes a Wednesday is included instead of one of those days, but we keep a pretty regular schedule, and I'm usually live for about somewhere between 6 and 8 hours when I am live. Today we are cooking, like most days on stream. We're cooking from the 108 Asian Cookies cookbook. It looks like this. You can find that for yourself. Command cat in chat. Thank you, SoFluff. I appreciate it. This is Kat's third cookbook. It is chock full of really wonderful sounding cookies. Such things as pho cookies. If you like soup, maybe these look familiar to you. Actually, no. If you like pho, these are ones that you might enjoy. If you like soup, these are not gonna, whatever. They're cookies. They should not look familiar to you in the association of soup. Anyway, not the point. The point is that this cookbook has a ton of really lovely cookies in it, including these that have matcha and pistachio. Today we are making cookies called sweet sriracha cookies. In the cookbook, they look like this. Coming out of my oven, they look like this. So color's a little off, but the streaks are there. Color's not a little off. The lighting is different, I'll tell you that. But these are what they look like currently. They have the red streaks in them. That is sriracha butter. On the bottom, they're just crispy. But that is a sweet sriracha cookie. It has sea salt on the top of it. Nine says, I'm a nerd about sriracha. I ordered the Underworld Ranches one. I could tell the difference. I believe you can. If you really like something and you're like a big fan, you know, you're gonna know the nuance. That's like part of the fun of being a big fan of something, right? I think. We're gonna put that cookbook right there because it can just live there. Anyway, we are. Hold on. Why do I have 1,000 text messages? Okay. See, fucking group chats. I just can't keep up with the group chats. All right. It's fine. Let's try one of these. I just picked one up. It was from the first batch of cookies. So let's try one. Because these are cooled down now. I would package these. These are cool enough that I could package this. We also, I want to note, hold on, before we try one, we're gonna have cookies coming out of the oven in just a moment, and I'm gonna need more space for them. So as I did when you all arrived, we're gonna do the cookie shuffle again over here on the counter, because you can't see it, but off camera I have a lot of cookies right here that are on the counter. I have a few more, and then we're gonna put another rack right here, and then another rack right here. And then after that, we're gonna stack some of the cookies, and then we're gonna keep rack. Anyway, we gotta get another rack. Hold on. We gotta get another cooling rack. So when these come out of the oven, they're not taking them off the rack right away, but we are going to need to do that here in about 10 seconds. So just a moment. Brooks, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. I hope stream went well. I understand there's probably a lot of cleanup happening right now. Good luck. Okay, timer's going off. Cookies in the oven. Let's get those out. We're going to set a new timer. We're going to put these, we're going to open the oven. We're going to take those out. We're going to put these in, and that will be that. Looking good. Stay. So the goal, as always, is to never, ever have an empty oven when you're baking. I mean, it's empty when you're preheating it, but like, you don't want your oven, especially with like something like these cookies where I'm just like making cookies for, you know, like several hours at a time. I don't want to waste time by having an empty oven while I'm like trying to put things on a tray. So timing gets really important here. Okay, I'm actually going to let these cool for a little while longer than 5 minutes. They were a little flimsy for me at that time. So I'm going to let these cool for 10 minutes. Double the amount of time, I know, right? Okay. Sophia says, I just finished making the second batch of cookies for the kiddos' class market tomorrow, where they spend their classroom bucks. Oh, you made the orange creamsicle ones. Nice. Those are Calvin's favorite cookies. I had sugar cookies today. This class and the one across the hall are having their market together. That's super cool. I bet your cookies are going to be really popular. And the orange creamsicle cookies are amazing. A decompression cuddle with the pets. I know that's right. We usually have cats all around here, but during Cookie Club streams, I keep them sequestered because I don't want there to be cat fur in all of the cookies that I send to people. For those of y'all who are new, who are hanging out in stream, you know, from the raid or just hanging out for the first time, these cookies are for Cookie Club, so I'm sending them to people. Command cookies in chat. There's also a link in the profile panel on the Twitch page. So, the creamsicle cookies were also for Cookie Club. I'm tired. I have a lot of energy, so fluff. I just have a lot of like natural energy. 9. You know what happened when there was a sriracha shortage? I just didn't have any. I'm not as big of a like fan. I am a fan. It was like, I usually have sriracha, but I was just like, oh, I guess I just don't get it anymore. And now it's just available again. Okay, here are hold on, let's do it this way. Here are the cookies. These are sweet sriracha cookies. They have a little red in them, which you can see on the camera. Let's break this. Yeah, these are chewy. A little chewy. So this is the interior of that. Let's try it. Crunchy on the outside. Those are fucking good. Oh my God. And says, does it have heat? Yeah. But like, it's not like appreciable. The cookies that I make with the cayenne and the garlic are like far spicier than this. I think cayenne is also spicier than sriracha, so I'll go with that. What I'm getting mostly out of this is like the flavor of the sriracha. It's got like a peppery taste, and it was not bad at all. These are excellent. These are chewy. They're chewy. They are sweet. Like mostly what I'm getting is like, this is a really good sugar cookie and it has like a little bit of heat to it. It is interesting because it's not, because there's miso in it too. Like you can taste a little bit of that umami flavor. It like comes in afterward. It's a little bit more subtle. These are really, really good. The underwood is worth it too. I mean, like once you're into the world of the sauces and all, like you do, I'm assuming you do understand the nuance of it all a little bit more. Wow. That was fantastic. Calvin, you want to try one of these cookies? Okay. Gopi, welcome in. Welcome in. Nice to have you. I had a fun time lurking. I was like kind of chatting, maybe a little bit. I think I was chatting more than usual on your stream the other night, but I had a fun time. I had a fun time hanging out. What did I want to say? I wanted to say something in chat, but I forgot. I didn't forget. I just didn't say it. Oh, right. I did forget. If you mentioned doing a cooking stream, if you have any questions about anything, feel free to hit me up. Did I like the food combo? No. Yes, I enjoyed watching you eat. What are those called? Benches? With ketchup? Like, no, God, no. See, I don't do anything like that on this stream. I don't have any redeem or any way for someone to compel me to eat something specific. On Quopie's stream the other day, she was eating, it was for someone who gifted 10 subs. I think it was 10, or maybe it was 20. Whatever, it wasn't enough. Ketchup on a bench, chocolate-covered biscuit type cookie, and ketchup. And she was like, is this enough ketchup for you? Like, are you not entertained? And I was just like, okay, 20 subs. 20 subs is, okay, you know, I should learn. I should learn something. I should learn something from you. Anyway, Quopie stream is very entertaining. If you're not familiar, she does just chatting streams. Just chatting style streams and games. Torturing streamers seems lucrative. Maybe, and I don't know. See, that's the thing is I have forever not loved having to do things on stream. So we're just gonna stand here. I'm just kidding. No, I mean like things that other people redeem. I like to tell the story about how I used to have a redeem that was like change your hat. And someone used it once and I felt uncomfortable and I was like, I don't want to do that again. And so I stopped. But I had the one during September that was like Bob for an apple. And 2 people got it on the same day, and I had to do it twice. It was fun, and I don't think it made me any worse emotionally. I don't know, maybe. Okay, let's get these. My timer didn't go off for these, but like I'm ready. I'm emotionally ready to take these off of the tray. Speaking of emotionally ready. We are going to take these off the tray and get my next tray ready. And then I do think, I was going to say we're going to take a break. I'm going to get this next tray of cookies in the oven because there's 6 minutes left on the 6 minutes left on the timer. So once these are off and my next tray is teed up, we should be just about ready to get the next tray or to empty the oven. And then we'll start, then we'll take a quick break. I'm going to do some dishes and play some words on stream. Okay. These are coming along. So I can't fit as many on these drying racks. They're not as big. The best drying racks that I have are the ones that I got from Aldi. They're so much nicer. Didn't I have wigs to wear? And I didn't. I did. I had other hats. I don't have any. I actually don't own a wig. I don't think I have. I don't even think I have one in the house. Do I? I don't know. All right, Calvin's coming. He's going to try one of these cookies. We have about 6 minutes left for the ones in the oven. So my son is here. I'm going to hand you one, okay? Because I'm going to give you one that's like dry and ready to go. So here's the one I'm giving Calvin. Let me show you all a close up of this one too. So you can see on here the red stripes.
It smells good in here.
Right? Like if I turn it this way, there's like some of these are a little stripier than others, but this is a sweet sriracha cookie.
With salt.
Why don't you take your jacket off? We're in the house. The literal heater is on.
Well, it
Give me
just feels better.
No, you're about to get warm with the cookie, the heat from the cookie. He's not. I'm kidding. They're not hot. Just take your jacket off.
Hiya!
Yeah. Did you have art class today?
Yeah.
He's covered in paint. All right. The child is taste testing. What is this? What is your reaction? I want notes. I want like specific. I taste this. It's like this is the texture, this is the flavor.
I don't know. Doesn't taste like the Sriracha Doritos.
It's not going to taste like the Sriracha Doritos. That's valid. It should not taste like the Sriracha Doritos. It should taste a little bit like Sriracha, not like melt your face off like Sriracha. It's a cookie after all. What do you think? Do you like it? Yeah? Okay. That's okay. That's fair. Do you think it tastes at all like soup?
It tastes a little sweet.
Okay, that's the miso that's in it. Okay. All right. Good. Happy with them? I mean, like you'd eat more than? Would you eat more than 3?
Well, depends what I eat before.
If you were allowed to eat an innumerable amount of them, would you eat more than 3?
Well, yeah, probably.
Okay, there you go. Would you dunk it in milk? We don't even really do that.
I don't know if I would. Let me try it.
Of course, now he's going to try it. Corby says, my kid does that too. He wears his jacket when he gets home. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know.
Feels good.
It just feels good, he says. I don't know what that's all about. When I get home, I take my jacket off because I'm home and it's warm in the house. That's why we have the heater. All right, he's going to try it. Here comes a milk dip test.
I guess this is saying that I would dunk it.
I mean, clearly the answer is yes.
Yes. Would I do it after tasting what it tastes like with the milk?
So now the question becomes, was this a
Do I
good
like it?
was this a good idea?
We'll find out in 3, 2, 1.
He seems to enjoy it. A cookie that doesn't taste like a Dorito? I know, right? Wild.
Yeah, it tastes good in milk.
Calvin, how old are you?
10.
10. 10.
Yeah, this is really good in milk.
Yeah, he's 10. He's in 5th grade. Does not taste like a Dorito. Tastes good in milk. Yes. I wonder if this would be good with corn, with some level of like cornmeal in it. Probably. I don't know. I'm guessing so. Okay. That's all. Just wanted to see if you liked it. Do you like it like you liked the peanut butter cookies? Like you liked the peanut butter cookies and then didn't like them, but didn't want to tell me that you didn't like them?
No, I do like these.
Okay. He didn't like the peanut butter cookies, and he stood here and was like, they're really good.
Well, they were too grainy.
Yeah.
Like, I like the taste, but not the texture.
Okay. He didn't like the texture. Valid. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, to me, I've never had a real peanut butter cookie, so they seemed okay to me. We have another round of cookies coming out of the oven here, so I'm going to ask you to watch out. Yeah, texture is important. We were talking about texture earlier with regard to the cottage cheese.
Well, back up I go. I have this in my pocket.
Okay. All right, he's off again.
Bye, Chad.
You're going to karate, or not quite yet. Okay. No, not yet. Okay. Cookies are out. Cookies are in. So we made 6 cookies are cookie screen is frozen. Let's unfreeze that. That froze at some point in the past few minutes here. I don't know when. Okay. We're back. Hold on. We're back. There we go. Marianne, welcome in. Happy Friday, Junior. Okay, so these are going. Start the timer on those. Start the timer for cool down period for these. We're going to move this off to the side. Not off to the side, but like we're going to move this in off the edge of the counter here. We are going to take a quick break now. During our break, we're going to play a game of Words on Stream. I'm going to triage the dishes over in the sink. I'm going to put some of them away, and then I'm going to do the few dishes that are over there. We will be back in about 3 minutes. We'll leave you with the main camera on instead of the oven camera. Okay, we're going to start a game of Words on Stream. So if you're not familiar with Words on Stream, take a look at the screen. There's going to be letters on the top. You put the letters in chat in words, and that's it. If you see somebody typing, if you see a little lock next to someone's name, see how Shart here has a lock next to their name? If they type another word in chat, like cores, for example, you could type cores and take that word because it's a team element. It's a team game. So that's how it works. We're going to do a 3-minute ad on Twitch. If you don't want to hear the ad, you can pop over to YouTube. There's a horizontal and a vertical stream there. Link to that is in chat, and we'll be right back. Okay, BRB, seriously.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I
We're going
Hate.
to put some of these dishes away. Then we're going to do a few dishes, maybe. Well, 3 minutes. We're going to get done what we can get done in 3 minutes. That's the goal. That is definitely the goal. When I said I did dishes earlier in the stream, what I meant to say is I did dishes before stream. That's what I'm putting away now. I didn't do these dishes earlier. I did them way earlier. Okay. Well, let's get these few dishes done. And a bunch of bowls here that have been soaking. So these just need a quick scrub. All right. So close, y'all. Very good. I see you. I see you very, very, very close to a board there. All right. Here comes another. I guess I could have put these bowls right straight away in the dishwasher, but I didn't. Because I know I keep seeing the commercials and like I keep seeing content on the internet that's like, you don't need to pre-rinse before you put in the dishwasher. You're not even supposed to do that. It makes your dishes like worse. It makes your dishwasher less good. And I'm like, I don't know about that. I'm like, this thing's covered in food. Are we sure that we want to put all that in the dishwasher? I'm like, I don't fundamentally believe that. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Hey, that sounded like a board. And it was. So you just need to practice. We always just need to practice one. I feel like that's what happens. Right?
It's over!
All right. Hey, welcome back from the ad on Twitch. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. We're going to do another game of words on stream here because we have a board. Every time we complete a board, we play another one. And sometimes we play another one anyway. When Dad just wants to, you know, finish a couple dishes. Or, you know, have one goddamn moment of peace. Anyway, I am finishing these dishes here. If you are on Twitch and you just experienced an ad and you are still here, I appreciate your patience. Thank you very much. I know that people don't like the ads because nobody likes being advertised to. But we run them because we have to. We run them because I get to choose when I run the ads. And that means that people then don't get an ad for the next hour. No pre-rolls. If you experienced a pre-roll and you were here for that ad, I'm genuinely sorry. Okay. But we're almost there. As I said, just finishing a couple dishes here. Finish this last board. Maybe we'll do another one. I don't know. We'll see. But things are looking good. Always with the fake letters. So mean. Okay. Well, I did it. I did all the dishes. I love it. Alrighty. Good work, y'all. Excellent. Excellent. All right. 8 minutes left on the cookies in the oven. Let me scroll up here for just a second. Okay. Okay. We going to take these cookies off the tray in a couple minutes, and then let's see. We have one. So this is 1, 2, 3, 5, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 58. We have 58 cookies out on the tray. So with what's in the oven, that's all the cookies that we need total. Now, I have enough that I should be able to start packing some of these now for Cookie Club folks. I think the ones that are in the oven still are going to need obviously more time to cool down, but I have a couple trays that have been out for a while that I think should be ready to package. That said, I am going to make at least one more tray of cookies because these are very good, and I have then I'll have some dough left over, which I think I was anticipating, and I am at this point I am glad that I made that last double batch of cookies because I don't know exactly how many I got per batch, but I do know that I think it was less than the 19 that the recipe said, which is probably a me measuring thing and less this recipe thing. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was a me measuring thing. But I'm really happy with how these have turned out so far because they all look, there's one, I can see 1, 2, 3 that are a little bit browner around the edges than the others. But other than those, these are all basically visually the same. Marianne, welcome in. So I'm happy with the general outcome here. These have turned out well, and just salting these. Yeah, they all turned out pretty uniformly, which is wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, 15, 30, 45. 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 58 plus 12, 60, that's 70. So we'll make one more tray, and then we'll freeze the rest of the dough. Perfect. Charlotte says, what salt do you use? This is Malden sea salt. Jamie, thank you for your sub. I appreciate you. Your natural tier 1, tier 2. Apologies. Your natural tier 2 sub. I say natural meaning that you clicked the subscribe button. Now, the cat. I love the cat. Jamie is a tier 2 subscriber, meaning Jamie's entries get doubled. Did you know that tier 2 subscribers get double entries? They do. Which is pretty great. So if you have a recurring tier 2 subscription, that means that you get 4 entries a month into Cookie Club. 4 a month. Just with a subscription, not doing anything else. Because you get an entry for your subscription, and you get an entry for having a recurring subscription. And then you double your entries. So 2 times 2 is 4. Jamie, thank you for the gift sub. Jamie's like, I'm getting my 6 entries right now. Because a gifted subs are also a way to enter Cookie Club. Okay, so these are, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12 cookies. I have one more tray of cookies that's ready to go. I'm going to take these and put these on a smaller tray so that I can put them in my freezer a little easier. I'm not going to take them off of the parchment. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take the same parchment and I'm just going to cut it. I'm going to freeze them right on the same parchment. There we go. I'm going to put them on a smaller tray though, because that tray doesn't fit. That tray fits in the freezer, but I have to move things around when I put that tray in the freezer. We don't like that. Fellas, I'm glad that you are helping your neighbors. That is a lovely thing to do. That is a lovely thing to do. You know, my neighbor who I made food for when she was with child year, maybe 2 years ago, year and a half ago, is with child again. And I feel like I have I feel like I have to do that again. Because I did the first time and now I feel like obligated, sort of. Not that obligated, honestly, but sort of obligated. We've known each other for a while, so I feel like it would be the neighborly thing to do. All right, let me pop these in the freezer. Now, these are going to go into the cookie bag. I have a cookie bag of just like random cookies. Those will be easy to identify because they are red. And with the Cookie Club entry redemption. We love it. Put a lid. I don't care if they dry out, Tucson. They're going in the freezer. They're going to stay in the freezer. Okay, we got about 45 seconds to get these out of the oven. Once those come out of the oven, those are the last ones I need for all of my actual like cookie purposing today. So I need another cooling rack. So we are now on our last cooling rack. So when this next tray comes out of the oven, I don't have anywhere to put it, which is fine because they can just stay on the tray and we'll be empty. The racks will be empty by that point. So pretty much now everything that's out, the ones that came out of the oven first are definitely room temperature. I'm fine. I know I can package those. We're going to, let's see. Oh, hold on. I don't have the oven camera on. I bet it's not working. Are there cookies on there? Yeah, no, it's not working. Okay, that's fine. Let's just move that. That camera is beguiling me. It is just not very friendly lately. All right, last tray in the oven. Set the timer. Set the timer. Hey, y'all. Do you want to know why I'm proud of myself? Who knows why I'm proud of myself right now in this exact moment? If you need a hint, I'll give you a hint. But I bet someone out there knows the timer exactly, Fudge Darling, because I remembered to set the timer for every batch of cookies I made today. That's why I'm proud of myself. That's an accomplishment. Because that doesn't happen very often, that I remember to set the time. Although I will say, I think for Cookie Club, I'm more inclined to do that because it's just a rhythm. It's like everything kind of cascades. But generally speaking, I forget to set the timer. It's just a thing. And I know it when I do it, and then I always have to guess, and I usually guess about the right time that I've had something in the oven. Because usually I remember within, I always remember that I forgot to set the timer the first time I go look and see how much time is left, which is generally speaking about 2 to 3 minutes after I've put it in. Almost always, it's like, that's like the timing. I do forget to put the salt on things though, so I'm also happy because I just did that. Anyway, let's start to consider what packaging these looks like in this moment. Let me, hold on. I'm going to set a timer for this tray too. Let me take a cookie off of each of these trays and just see where we're at cooling wise. Because some of these are, I'm going to take the ones that I said had browned edges that I don't really want to put in packages. Okay. Yeah, this is fine to package. This is fine. They're cool. They're still soft. I'm not sure how much they harden up. That's the thing, is I'm not positive how dry they get. All right, and these are pretty, well, that was pretty good. Let me take this one was off the first tray. Yeah, so they do harden a bit. So the ones that were out first are much more solid than the ones I took off the tray and put on this rack. So we're sort of progressing. Let's see. Yeah. So I could package up to that the first 3 trays. I'm pretty confident. I have 4 out here right now. So what's that? 15, 30, 45 minus 3 is 42. I packaged 42 cookies, which is 21 bags of cookies. And I need up to 25 bags of cookies total. So that's good. I can package all the cookies I need for CookieClub right now. And if I have to, by the time I get to those last ones, will be a few minutes. So I think we're in a good spot. What are we having for dinner tonight? That's a great question that I just asked myself that I have honestly zero answer to. Because I just had the thought, oh, I built in time to stream today to make dinner. What is dinner? What is dinner going to be? We'll figure it out in a few minutes. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out once I'm finished packaging the cookies. As I quickly glance in the refrigerator right now. Dip dinner, so fluff. I'm inclined to agree with you. I'm inclined to agree with you, 1, because the oven is already on. 2, because I know I have the things for it. Kind of. I think I do. See, I don't even know if I have all the things I would need for dip dinner. The thing with dip dinner is I want there to be more than like one thing from the freezer. What else is in here? Pancakes left over. There's a head of cabbage in there. I could also just make soup. I think my family might fucking kill me if I make soup. Boxed mac and cheese. So fun. Let me ask you a question. You trying to get my family to like me, like you more than me? Because that's a good suggestion. And they would be into that. Tucson, they would not be into cabbage wraps. I gotta tell you, that is the opposite. You know what? I think I might just do box mac and cheese. Because I don't think I got too much more. I've been creative this week already, and I don't think I got too much more. We'll see. I'm gonna open the freezer and see what's there for dip dinner, because if the other thing is that the oven's already on, and dip dinner would be super easy, and I know they like that too. So just don't put peas in it. Well, I can't promise to not do that. I can promise that it will have a little bit of leftover bacon in it, because I have some leftover bacon in there too. Let me wash my hands, and then we're going to get started with the packaging process here. Okay. Peas on the side. No. Peas in the mix. Nah, my position is, if I'm making it the way I want it. If you want to make it, you can feel free. And I will still ask that you put peas in it. Because I'm a monster. Blend it in. Fudge darling, that would be cruel. You know what I would do though? I would definitely blend up a can of beans, like white beans, and mix that in with the cheese sauce. Y'all, I think I know how we're getting. I think I know how we're getting protein into the mac and cheese tonight. Maybe we'll see. Let me take these off of the tray here so we can move forward. Okay, let's. I am going to make dinner. Like once we finish packaging here, because we do need to eat dinner tonight. I do want dinner to be ready when they get home from karate, and what I also want is something that I can just keep like on the stove or in the oven. That is like an easy thing, because I'm while I want to be able to like clean up and sort of move to the packaging process here. In case we do dip dinner, I'm going to keep this sheet pan just like it is. Hot dog mac and cheese. Oh man, if I had hot dogs, I would definitely make that. I don't. Okay, so this sheet pan is sitting over here on the counter for the dip dinner, the prospective dip dinner. Tilapia. You know, I have a bunch of fish in here still. Hold on. Oh, you know, we needed pause. A while ago on stream, we pulled together a bunch of use it up meals. I have not made all of those. Let me like check in on here and see what is possible off of here, because these were all like super easy. Turkey burgers with gravy and corn. Yeah, see, these are just too much effort. These are too much. These are already too much. These are more effort than I want to put forth. Tortillas with refried beans, tomato sauce, regular beans, and shrimp. That's too much, and I don't have tortillas. And I'm not going to make tortillas. Turkey burgers over bread with gravy and corn. That's an option because I could also make the last packet of potatoes in there. So we could do like turkey burgers with potatoes and corn. The corn is frozen. That's an option. And the turkey burgers I could just put in the oven, like in a cast iron pan. They're frozen. I could just right into the oven. How many of those do I have? Pause. Let me check here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 turkey burgers. I have some sausage. I have shrimp. I have fish. Oh, what's this? Cauliflower. All right. Do I have a packet of gravy? This is really going to seal it for me if I have a gravy pack. I do. Do I just want to do turkey burgers with like mashed cauliflower and potatoes and corn? I don't know. I think I do because I really just want to use up stuff out of the freezer instead of box mac and cheese. And we can do box mac and cheese any night. That's the thing. The oven's on. I can put the burgers in the oven. I can put the potatoes on the stove. Put the potatoes on the stove, burgers in the oven, gravy on the stove. Easy. That's easy. Okay. Plus corn. Yeah. I'll put it over like a piece of toast. I'll make some toast. Okay. We're going to do that. We're going to do that after the fact here. Okay, but let's package up some cookies for Cookie Club. Dip dinner, though. Tatsu, I think, was it Tatsu? And Fudge Darling, we're going to answer your question at the same time here. Tatsu asked, like, dip dinner? Question mark. Dip dinner is basically a sheet pan of stuff from the freezer. So think fish sticks, pierogies, fries, chicken strips, chicken nuggets if we have it. Basically, whatever you cook on a sheet pan or would put in an air fryer, I just get a big sheet pan. I fill it with stuff from the freezer. I put it in the oven. It goes into the oven at the same temperature as everything else. It all goes in. We don't like change the cooking temperature at all. It just goes in at 400, and like if it cooks, it cooks. And if it burns a little bit because something else wasn't quite cooked yet, well then fuck it, it's a little bit burnt. It's fine. It's like fried food. Nobody cares. So we take that out, and then we get out stuff from the freezer, which is in this case not from the freezer. Sorry. We'll do like ketchup, barbecue sauce. I like to have a little bit of whatever's spicy in there, sriracha, hot sauce, whatever. I'll make like ketchup and mayonnaise, like mix that together and use that as a dip. And we literally just put like dip stuff into that. So it's like whatever's in the freezer that can be heated in the oven in with whatever's in the fridge that we can use for a dip. A1, mustard, ketchup, barbecue sauce, mayonnaise, sriracha today. I'd pull out the sriracha. But I do think, yeah, I do think that we're gonna do the burgers because I have had those forever. They're old. They're very old. So I'm just gonna put those in the cast iron pan in the oven. We'll let them cook in the oven. They'll be fine. Once they're done, I'll put those in the oven. We'll make the potatoes, we'll make the corn, and we'll make gravy, and that'll be dinner. So, Ty says I'm making a chicken salad melt with rye and Swiss cheese with some curly fries. Hell yeah, that sounds really good. I love curly fries. Mom Noms, welcome in. I do love me some curly fries. My favorite cookbook right now. It's so good. This is the first thing I'm making from it. I'm very happy with how they turned out. I will show you one in just a second here. We're going to take these cookies out of the oven. I'm not going to turn the oven off though, because as established, we're going to use it to cook dinner. But they look good coming right out of the oven. You made the gochujang cookies for it. Okay, these are, I'm making the sriracha ones right now. Are you talking about the Eric Kim, like the gochujang ones from the Times from a while ago? Because these are not, I would say they're similar in the spirit to those, but these are more of a sugar cookie than they are, those gochujang ones were caramelized around the edges, which I thought was really good. These are good and different. Okay, we're just salting these right out of the oven. Okay. Okay. You're doing karate, right? Okay. Just checking. Cool. But yeah. You want a cookie? Sweet gochujang or sweet sriracha cookies?
Are they spicy? I really don't like spicy or hot things.
They're not spicy. Like they're not going to make you feel spicy. You might experience a momentary awareness that sriracha has heat to it.
I'm thinking about it.
Just thinking about it. I think they're really good. I'll have like another one. Yeah. Okay.
Can you do that?
Full? Half.
For science!
There's more. The cat. Gwen, you didn't hear the. I don't think Gwen realized that the cat sounds were
I did hear it.
specific. She heard it. There's that one's cute. What
I
about,
did appreciate it.
what about the dog sounds? Do you appreciate the dog sounds? She's awful. Oh my god.
Okay, I like these for someone that doesn't like sriracha.
She likes them, she says. That's good. I think fudge jelly, I think it has to be at the beginning. I don't think it works if it's in the middle of the chat. That's just something I could change that.
Science is cool.
There's a bunch of them in there too. It's fine. Our cupboards are bare, she says. Anyway.
I'm sure that
Let's package some cookies.
can be explained by science.
There are, I think there's like eight or nine different ones. Okay. Daisy's over here campaigning for dinner. Okay. Packaging. We have our vacuum sealer. I have pre-made bags here. I'm always a little worried when I make the bags ahead that the cookies are going to be like too big or too small, or like that they're going to be missized or the wrong size for how big I make the bags, because you have to pre-seal them and cut them, but these are fine. Once again, we've judged appropriately, which is great. Okay, there we go. Mom says, I've been talking to the author on Threads. He's having a hard time because the cookbook hasn't sold enough and her publisher isn't letting her start a fourth book. Well, we're doing our part today. and in the future. I think the next like several Cookie Club cookies are going to be out of this book because I was really, really excited to get it. I think, I mean, I'm sure it would not come as a surprise that what do I need to get?
With flowers on it to
The
put coffee and
the travel mug. You got it. I'm assuming, I'm not assuming. I know this because I've seen her like posting about it, but like it is annoying. And I would imagine as an author, you're just like, what the fuck? Because like the cookbooks that sell, like the cookie dessert cookbooks, are like like American classics, you know, that kind of stuff, like the Pioneer Woman's 50/50 amazing cookies. Like, ugh. No shade to the Pioneer Woman, but like, I don't want that cookbook. I'm assuming that like the fact that it's like Asian cookies and people are like, what do you mean Asian cookies? Like, what's the difference? Blah, blah, blah. Like, why would I want that? That, a little bit of racism has probably a pretty strong impact on why. Because you know, America, that's what it is, you know. Anyway, I was super excited to get this book. I am even more excited now that I have it because it's amazing. The recipes in here are really the way that it's written too, the way that it's structured is really fantastic. The recipes are super clear. The directions are super clear. Like what's required, how much time, like prep time, cool down time, cooking time, all the info you need to like decide whether this recipe is like a good one for today is like super available at a glance. Okay, cool. Yeah, Monlums. Yes, exactly. Right. The one that has American in the title. Yeah, like, you know, I think when you have something from a specific, you know, cultural focus, that's the, like, you know, you could say it shouldn't be that way all day. And we also can recognize that, like, that is where we are. Like, that's the country we live in. Like, that's the way that the culture works here, is to be, you know, kind of racist. And that's, you know, you see something that's like specifically another culture. And also, you know, I think a lot of people just see something like that and they're like, oh, I'm probably not going to have the ingredients that are in there, so I'm not going to look. Like, I'm not even going to look at it. Or like, oh, you know, it's got flavors that don't seem like a thing that should go in a cookie. That's a little weird. Yeah, okay, you know. Go enjoy your barbecue sauce and everything. It is upsetting, and I think, you know, there's a section in here where she's writing and talking about how I don't remember the exact context, but she's like talking to somebody about baking and like baking in, it was Japanese baking specifically. And someone would be like, oh, I didn't realize that like they baked in Japan. And it's like, what do you mean? Like, but Charlie says, meanwhile at Starbucks, I'll have a matcha latte. Yeah, exactly. We can appropriate culture super easily, right? Super easy. Super easy to like take someone's culture and use it to your advantage, but to allocate the right like association and attribution. You know, we've talked about this before with the whole like the whole Alison Roman thing, where her stew got really popular and people were like, it's curry. And she was like, well, no, it's like a, you know, it's just, it's custom. I like made it up. And people were like, it's curry. Like, it's literally a curry. Like, what are you talking about? Just say that it's a curry. Like, there's no shame in it. You didn't make it up. You're using it for your material advantage. Like, at least just be aware of that. That's what you're doing and like name it, right? I don't know. It's, yeah. Bumbo says, people are especially racist against Asian cultures until it's gentrified, like Korean food is going right now. Like, yeah. And I'm not even super familiar with that sort of that wave of popularity. Like, I know that like Korean street food is a big thing on like the internet right now. I don't know if there's like super specific dishes. I'm assuming that that's what you're calling out there. Get agitated, totally. The Sriracha confused me a bit, but I'm more than willing to give it a go. Yeah, like, and that's the thing is like, I think it's the like, I'm unfamiliar with it, so I don't like it. That annoys me the most. Because like, you know, Gwen, who you just watched eat one of these cookies, was like, is it spicy? I'm worried about it being spicy. I don't like spicy. Okay, well, like if you gave her a tablespoon of Sriracha and were like, eat this, she would be like, why did you just do that to me? Right? But like, you try it and you're allowed to not like it. But you know, you're also sort of don't like say that it's yucky if you haven't tried it. But I remember reading that, right? And she like died on that hill. She was like, but like, I made it up. I'm like, okay, then like attribute it to the 4 to 5 recipes that you used to create this, right? Just attribute those. Give a nod to the people whose work you used to build your recipe. It's not hard and it's totally fair. To be fair, Liz says a lot of countries don't have the type of oven that Americans do. It doesn't mean they don't bake, it's just performed differently. Right, Liz, exactly. Do you remember, I was thinking about this person a while ago. And Liz, you might remember them. Sophie, you might too. The moderators might remember. I don't know if there's anyone else in chat who would remember this person. But Kambara TV used to be a regular chatter. When I first started streaming, like way back. Like, I say way back. It wasn't too long ago. It was 4 years ago almost. But Kambara lived. I don't know. They haven't been in chat in a while. I hope they're still good. I hope they're fine. And no ill will. I'm just like, I was thinking about this person recently because they used to chat about being in Malaysia. Living in Malaysia, cooking in Malaysia. They used to talk about food from Malaysia. And I remember talking to Kambara in chat on this channel. And I remember them, I say them because I think Kambara's, I think he used to talk about his wife. But I remember him like posting in Discord like when I first opened the Discord in the food photos channel, and I remember him being like, these are the first cookies I've ever made. I don't have an oven big enough to fit a sheet pan. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, I remember we talked about it, and yeah, he's like, I don't, my oven I can't bake in my oven. Like, I don't bake. Like, I don't bake anything. Like, what are cookies, you know? And I remember the cookies that he posted were like, you know, they looked fine. They weren't like picturesque, stunning cookies, you know, they were cookies. But like, culturally, it doesn't bake. It doesn't mean that baking doesn't exist in that culture. You know, it's like, hey, we're gonna bake bread in a tandoor oven. Like, we're gonna take these flatbreads and like slap them against the side of the oven, and that's bread. You know, that's a very different process than what we go through. So it's definitely, you're right in saying that like the capacity to do things is different in other countries. So also the familiarity of like how to do the thing the American way or whatever is, we get very homogenized in this culture. We get very like insular in thinking that, you know, this is the only way to do something, or this is how everyone more to the point, it's thinking this is how everyone else in the world does it and making assumptions, which, you know, is not great, obviously. Melon says, I'm doing a series where we learn to cook Korean food, language, and then cultural history behind the foods. That's lovely. What have you made? What have you made that's been the most? What's sort of like opened your palate or changed your opinion the most? It's funny. I was thinking about Kambara the other day because I was looking at folks that have first badges on the channel, and Kambara has one of the currently existing first badges. I was mainly thinking about who has them that hasn't been around for a long time, and if I wanted to like make changes to that. I didn't, but anyway, I was thinking about Kambara the other day. Sweets in general are more predominant in our culture, like candy types of things. Ours, the U.S., Gwen. Oh, like sweet things. Like, yeah, like having French toast with maple syrup or something. Or syrup. Having French toast with sugar water.
I don't know about that, man. Think about France.
Mostly studying Molinsis so I can stage and create at one of the Michelin star restaurants. Good luck with your research. It sounds fun. Tati says, here we have these bread ovens made of brick and cement on the way to the beach. They're often dome-shaped and fueled with wood. See? And that's like, there, direct, clear example of like a thing that I don't have any experience with. I would love to have bread out of one of those ovens. I bet it's good. I think like a trend towards sweeter, more sugary foods.
You don't think that's France?
No, I didn't. I didn't think so. What's that? We're definitely salty. You're salty. Those types of things are interesting when you see something go between like oh, this is for rich people to like, this is for everyone. I'm trying to think of some other examples because that's definitely been, that's definitely happened. Sweet as a breakfast sounds weird to me. Maybe pancakes as an I am craving dessert for breakfast kind of day. Yeah, whereas like Calvin had a pancake casserole for breakfast this morning, which the recipe for which included sugar. It was leftover, and it was a recipe that I was testing, which I thought was pretty good, but was also definitely like a very sweet thing. I'm personally a more savory person. I don't love a super sweet breakfast. I do love it if I'm like, if it's, I don't know. I'll eat a super, generally I don't eat breakfast. So like we can start with that. But two, I don't like when I go out to eat somewhere and it's a breakfast time, I don't order like pancakes or French toast or waffles. Dinner is turkey burgers, mash and corn with gravy, potatoes, and cauliflower.
Mashed cauliflower.
It's all getting mashed together.
I knew that's why you only said mashed. Because I knew it wasn't just mashed potatoes.
I'm not the only one who doesn't eat breakfast. Yeah, I don't usually eat until like later in the day. I don't love eating in the morning. I feel tired. When I eat super early in the day, I feel like I need a nap right away. One of the more interesting poor versus rich people would be horses and cars. Wait, did poor people have cars first? No, I mean, no, right? No. What are you saying, like culturally? Like I don't have enough money to own. I don't even have enough money to keep a horse now. I know that. A horse, though, for me at this moment, wouldn't provide any reasonable. I don't have a reasonable need for a horse. I don't have any fields to plow by hand. You know, I don't have to like take my goods to market. Ty says my mom makes a pancake hot dish with blueberry powdered sugar. Call it a hot dish. Oh, I know what you mean. That's just a casserole, right? That's because I stream food and I don't want to waste it. That's reasonable. Your belt is right there on the oh, that's a bookmark. Okay. Calvin came down looking for his karate belt. Which only the rich having cars and the poor having horses to the opposite. No, that's true, caretaker. Yeah, well, I mean, once you didn't have a need to have a horse, there was no need to feed and stable one, right? I mean, I can't imagine I would need a. I don't know what the hell I would do with a horse. I certainly wouldn't ride it. There's folks in Philly that have horses that live in North Philly that ride them like around in the city. I don't know what like the deal is with them. I don't know if they're in good condition. I don't really know like why they have these horses or what they're all about. But I do know there's like urban horse people, at least in this city. Took her as a companion for your stepdad because she couldn't be ridden. So she just got to like walk around. Sounds like a good life for a horse, honestly. Shart said someone picked up their kid on horseback in the school pickup line, but I live in Texas. That's kind of fun, honestly. I've only ever seen a horse out in Philadelphia, like someone that wasn't a horseback police officer I've seen those. The police have horses here. Some of them do anyway.
It's up here.
Okay, have fun.
Do we?
All right. We are working through it here. I got a few bags left, and then we're going to turn our attention to dinner. Though the family's leaving, it is 17:52 my time. That's 5:52 p.m. That means that we have about an hour and 20 minutes until dinner needs to be ready. Calvin is going to his karate class, and when he comes back in the door, I would like to be able to have dinner on the table. So the goal today is finish these bags, clean up the counter a little bit, start dinner. I don't think dinner is going to take a full hour to make. So just FYI, we're probably going to be out of here just a little before 7 p.m. For your planning purposes. I say that confidently, knowing full fucking well that I could make this take another 3 hours if I really wanted to. Folks are trying to preserve horse culture. I mean, it's fascinating to me as someone who I didn't grow up around that. I don't have any like association with horse culture. I'm not familiar with it at all. I know very little about horse culture. I know that if I see a horse girl, it's a swipe left for me. No offense. Just saying, just being real. Oh my God, 2 multi-million-dollar racehorses. That's yeah, and that line right there is that tells me everything I need to know. Multi-million-dollar racehorses. That tells me that I don't have any business owning a horse. Moms, that's upsetting, but good. Bad news turned good. We've had. It's always upsetting when like your favorite place is going or is at risk. It's interesting. There was a vendor who's been at the Rittenhouse Farmers Market, one of the big year-round markets here in the city. They've been there for some years at this point. They were like one of the opening vendors when the market first opened, that just said that they're going to stop going to the market, and people were like posting all sorts of like personal experiences and thoughts and sadness. It was kind of sad, but I mean, they had good reason. Their reason was their business is changing. So yeah, man. Yeah. And messing with your supply line would be, or your supply chain would be frustrating. I get it. Yeah. Ty, racehorses are a whole different thing for me. I'm not a big fan of horse racing in general. It's interesting. Back when I was in college, I took a sports writing class, and had one of my big projects was not an investigative article, because like investigation isn't a thing. Maddie, welcome in. But I had to go to the like horse track. There's a horse track that's just outside of the city here. and I was like interviewing some people who worked there, and it was just weird. I was like, this is such a strange vibe for me. The whole vibe of the place, not just the people, but like the stables, like the whole thing was just weird. I was not into it. I understand that horses are pretty fun though. I know that they are very like personable animals. That was the last bag. Y'all, cookies are packaged. All right. The gloves are off. That means the rest of the cookies are for the household and friends and anyone else who I want to give them to. Caretaker, that's really cute. Can the cats come back now? They are still. I thought that was a cat in the house. You know, I suppose I could let them out because everything's packaged now. Everything's vacuum sealed. We're not worried about cat fur anymore. Will they want to come out? I don't know. We'll see. They have been in the basement since noon. So they've actually been in the basement for much longer than that. The door has been closed since noon. They were down there basically all day because Gwen was down there, and they follow her around the house. She's literally like the cats think Gwen is their mom, physically, because she is. We did it. We have all of these cookies that were made and packaged on stream today. And are ready to go out to folks for Cookie Club. I'm going to put those on the counter over there. We're going to clean up now all of the other cookies that are here. I'm just going to stack all of these on one cooling rack. And put their other cooling racks away. Yeah, I made a bunch of extras, but like we have friends coming over tonight, and we'll have some cookies for them. One of my buddies, it's funny because I happen to have had like fresh cookies basically every week that they've come over for like a couple weeks now. And one of my buddies is like, "What kind of cookies you have tonight?" I'm like, "Come on, man." But also, I have an answer to that question. Okay, so these are good. Go. Just put this off to the side. Whoa. And I still have this last cookie. That's pretty good. A little chewy. Oh, I love that. Okay. Well, let's turn our attention to dinner, shall we? This should be easy. All right. Put that over there. What am I actually doing for dinner? Dinner is going to be, hold on, there's cookie crumbs all over the counter and I can see them and it's bothering me. Hold on, let me get a little notepad here. Okay, dinner is going to be not complicated. Dinner's going to be turkey, burg, over toast with mashed cauliflower and potatoes.
Potatoes.
And corn. Let's see what we have in the freezer for that. Okay, so that's pretty straightforward. That should not take all that long. But this is, this is good. We're gonna continue to use up these mashed, or these potatoes here. The cookie dough here is nice and frozen already. Let's see. Okay, cauliflower. We're just going to grab some stuff out of the freezer here. We got cauliflower. We got turkey burgers. Those are pancakes. That's bread. All right. Oh, this is the corn. This is the corn I was looking for. This is espresso. That needs to go in the fridge. Yeah, corn. Got a big thing of that. And okay, and then these, we'll put these in the bag of cookie balls. They're in the freezer because they're frozen. We'll get them out of the way. Kathy, cookies came out great. Would you like to see some of them? I've packaged them. I'm all packaged. Everything is good. I'll show you some of the actual finished cookies that I have sitting out on the counter in just a moment here. Let me get these back in the freezer. So this is a bag of random cookie balls that I just keep on hand. I don't even know what all's in here, but if you take a close look at the bottom of this bag, you can see 1, 2, 3, like 4, 5 distinct cookies in there. These are all just like, you know, I made too many cookies for CookieClub and now I don't want to bake all of them. That's literally all that's in here. So anytime that I want like a cookie of some kind, I take like 5 of these out of the freezer, put them on a sheet pan, and just put them in the oven. I have no idea what cookies they are either. When they come out of the oven, it's always just a surprise. I just put them in at 350 and cook them until they look finished. Kind of like dipped in it. Okay, what else is in here that might get incorporated into dinner? Nothing. Nothing. What are these? What the fuck is this? That's the end of the bread. Okay. Oh, there's a whole chicken in here still. Jeez. All right. That's it from the freezer. From the refrigerator, we've got that's a mayonnaise. I'll use that. Let's see. I'm gonna put this last piece. I have one. What kind of weirdo puts one strip of bacon in the oven to save, or in the fridge to save? Honestly, I'm like embarrassed for myself. Nothing in the crisper. Nothing in the fruit drawer. We got some cheese in here. Here's a little bit of like Parmesan. I'll mix that in with the potatoes. This is unopened cheese. That's not Parmesan. That's Parmigiano. I have some sour cream. I have that miso in here. I'm gonna mix a little bit of cream cheese in with the mash, the potato mash. And I'm gonna use this last packet of mashed potatoes, instead of doing the, in addition, I'm gonna make these mashed potatoes, but I'm also going to mash this cauliflower and just combine them because like my family's going to eat all of that. I'm well aware. Okay, so let's get some corn out. So put the frozen corn. Look, you got to put those turkey burgers in the oven. That's what you got to do. These got to go in the oven to cook. I want to be like open. I don't think we're gonna. I think I'm just gonna get dinner in right now, and we're gonna see how far we get. I don't think these burgers are gonna be. These burgers are going to take a while to cook, honestly. Let me wash my hands. Text, welcome in. Kathy, I owe you some cookies, or I owe you showing you the cookies. So hold on one moment, and I will do that. Hey, it's good to see you. We were making cookies today. Now we're working through dinner. I have 25 packages of cookies ready to go. I've got 50 cookies and 25 packages ready to go. Let me pop these burgers in the oven, and then I want to show you what the cookies look like. Because the burgers need to get into the oven because they are going to take a little while to cook. They're frozen solid. I'm aware from experience that they often when I just pop them in the oven and cook them in the way that I am right now, they take longer, way longer than I ever expect them to. Y'all, when I tell you that I reuse plastic bags, I want you to look at what the label of this bag is and what the date on that is. So Thanksgiving 2022, I made some gravy. I put it into cubes in the ice cube tray. I put them in this bag. It was brand new at the time. I put them in the freezer. I used all that gravy. I washed the bag. I dried it. And then I put turkey burgers in it. And now it gets over on the counter. I'm going to wash it again. And I'm going to put something else in it. Who knows what's going in here next? When I put it in the, when I wash it, I assess whether or not it has holes in it. And if it has holes in it, I mark that it has holes in it so that I know not to put liquid in it. But I definitely wash it. Of course I wash it. I'm not a monster. But I'll tell you, I've only bought gallon freezer bags like once in the past 5 years. They just get reused. It's very rare that I throw them out. See a lot of holes. There might be holes. I don't know. It was marked as no holes last time, but you know, things happen. Things happen. Okay. Oh, you know what I think? Speaking of things happening, these are turkey, not beef. They are going to need a little bit of fat in this pan. So, to take some of that bacon fat from the other day, and just put that right in the middle here. Actually, I'm going to take it and put it on top of each of these, little dollop on top of each of these burgers, so that it sort of melts in, melts on, melts around, and then put a little bit in the middle. So this bacon fat is from the other day when I made bacon for my recipe that I was working on, the loaded baked potato stuffed shells, which turned out really well. Deli containers, yes, and you better believe I reuse those deli containers. Yeah, you know what? I have favorite carry-out places, and the reason they're my favorite is because their containers are very good. They're like just the consistent quart and pint size containers that are like the thick plastic that holds up really well. I got annoyed at one of the places that we order from recently because they started putting their rice in a different container that was like not as good. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, I order from you because you got the good containers. What are you doing to me? Anyway, let's put some of this corn in a bowl, and then I promise you I will show you the cookies. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3 servings of corn at the old ball game. That's about right. Katsumi, you throw them out when they get holes. That's reasonable. The ones with holes I'll use for things like those frozen burgers. Although now I would probably put those burgers, I think. No, I was going to say they were frozen before I had the vacuum sealer, but that can't be true. I don't know why they were in a Ziploc bag. They're probably in a Ziploc bag because I vacuum sealed them with something that was not, probably because I had vacuum sealed them in like a portion that was too much for what I needed. Guessing, just a guess. Cookies. Okay. We made sweet sriracha cookies today. Let's pick a good looking one here. Okay, sorry. Phone buzzed and just making sure. Hold on. Oh, whoa. Hold on. I got a text. I got a text that I actually wanted to look at. Okay. Levin, hello. Among other buzzes that just happened in my pocket, you are correct. These are the sweet sriracha cookies. This one, you can see it has some of those like the darker spots. Actually, let me show you one. Let me show you a close-up of my chest. There's some over here that have, here we go. This has got better coloring. This one has a little bit clearer red lines on it. You can see like red throughout it. That is sriracha, like the spicy rooster sauce. They are not spicy per se. They have heat to them, like discernible, a very little bit of heat. Like when you bite into this, you're like, is that spicy? And then your brain's like, no, it's a cookie. Obviously not. And then all you interpret is the pepper flavor, which is sweet, because sriracha, among other things, is sweet. So they're very, very good. I was really pleased with these. I would say from a standpoint of like, I don't know, we were talking earlier about how like the idea of a flavor that is that you don't have experience with, whether or not it could feel off-putting or whatever. Like I was like, hey Gwen, do you want a cookie? And she was like, are they spicy? And I was like, no. And she was like skeptical about it, but she had one and she was like, wow, that's really good. So I am excited that this is sort of the first one that I made out of this book. I'm imagining that I will probably use this cookbook for the next several cookie clubs. So get ready, because we're gonna experience some different flavors here, and I'm excited about that. I'm also gonna make some of these just on stream for myself, because some of these are not good. They would not be good for Cookie Club, because they have like, they're too liquidy. Like they have there's one in here that has pork on it and like a maple dressing. Sounds amazing. Wouldn't ship well. But these are fantastic. Not at all spicy, in the sense of like, would you, if you were someone who like doesn't like spicy food, would you find these accessible? Maybe. Probably. Ty, you don't save your bags? That's reasonable. I save big Ziploc bags. I save little Ziploc bags. I save foil if it doesn't have food on it. I'll save that too. Lemon, pepper, and chili are great. They are like, a lot of those things have sugar in them anyway. And when you cook it, it's like cooking it down a little bit, and you're getting a lot of that sweetness. Like I love Sriracha, and the primary thing that I'm tasting out of this is it's a sugar cookie with like the flavor of Sriracha without the heat. Like I'm not experiencing any heat. You know what I haven't had in a while? Just like Sriracha on its own. To be fair, I'm not experiencing a lot of heat from this either. My heat tolerance is also very high. The number one ingredient in this is chili. The number two ingredient in this is sugar. So why is it sweet? Well, so it has more sugar than salt, and more salt than garlic. I always said they got canceled because they screwed over their pepper supplier and they had to switch. It's not the same. Well, now it's available. Sriracha really isn't spicy to me. Tatsu says, yeah, it's not. It has heat to it, but it's not spicy. I think if you're like, if Tabasco is your idea of spicy, you might be fine this spicy, right? Certainly if you have physical reasons not to eat spicy food, you might find this unapproachable. Broccoli, welcome in. Avo, hello. Did I say hi to you? I know I read your chat, but did I actually like speak the words hello? I don't remember that I did. Got in a fight with their main pepper supplier. Well, I know they had supply chain issues for a while, or for a little while. I don't get into the spice drama, the sauce drama. The hot sauce worlds, and I don't know if Sriracha it counts as like part of the hot sauce world. I know that there's always drama in the hot sauce world. I like Cholula too. Now, Cholula, I don't think it's spicy at all. Like Cholula is just good flavor. What do I have in the fridge in terms of like hot sauce stuff? Well, I definitely have Cholula. I have this unopened thing of Old Bay hot sauce, which whatever. I have some Sambal Oelek. Is that what this is? Yeah, Sambal Oelek. This is another like chili paste that is somewhat spicy. We have a Chipotle hot sauce. I have a Carolina Reaper hot sauce. chili crisp, which is also not super spicy. And then I got this for Calvin for Christmas. This was in his stocking. Jalapeno ketchup, of course. The pepper people sued Hoi Vong, the Sriracha people, for like 23 million and won. Now Underwood makes their own Sriracha. That's who we were talking about that earlier, that there's like competitive Srirachas. I saw a different brand of like labeled Sriracha sauce in the store, and I was like, should I get that? And I didn't, because I went with the visible recognition. I went with the brand recognition instead. Phyllis says I must have like 10 bottles of different hot sauce in my refrigerator. Twinderella is like, you just wait. No one wanted the Aldi version of the ketchup. Damn. Yeah, I got that at Reading Terminal. I forget. I was doing like Christmas shopping and I saw it and I was like, that's a perfect stocking stuffer for Calvin, who's likes spicy food and likes ketchup. Yeah. I would eat some garlic sriracha. That sounds good too. Let's make some cauliflower. We're gonna make some cauliflower in this pot. And we're gonna make some corn in this pot. I say make corn. I'm going to put the corn. I'm gonna put some water in this pot. I'm going to boil this corn until it's cooked with a little bit of salt, and then I'm gonna drain it. And then I'm gonna serve it. Super straightforward, not at all complicated, and everything gets to go in the dishwasher. That's the goal. That is the goal. Okay. And again, my other ulterior motive is that everything I'm cooking gets to stay hot on the stove. I'm just going to put a lid on it and let it sit until the family is ready. Okay. So the other thing is the mashed potatoes. These take 2 cups of water. So we're going to, here's what I'm going to do with these. I'm going to put the water in this pot. I'm going to heat it up. I'm going to put it in a bowl. I'm going to make these potatoes. I'm going to put the cauliflower in the rest of the hot water that's in this pot. We're going to cook the cauliflower. We're going to mash it in this pot, and then we're going to put the potatoes from the bowl also into this pot, and we're going to stir them together. And then we're going to add whatever seasonings I want to it. We're going to add a little bit of cheese. We're going to put some bacon in there. We're going to put a little bit of, what did I say I wanted to put in there? Not cottage cheese. Cream cheese. Not cottage cheese. That's different. We were talking about cottage cheese earlier in stream. And we're not putting that in here. No, we are not. But we are going to just do we're gonna make some additions. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. Well, we're gonna boil that first. So this is leftover. What was this? What was this from? This is from some recipe I was developing. I don't remember which one it was. Oh, there's a few new recipes that got posted today, actually, that are linked off of the site. The chicken pot pie toast and the shrimp pasta that y'all saw me work on are live now. Broccoli says burpee seeds has a hybrid pepper that has the flavor of a habanero but the heat of a mere jalapeno. That's kind of cool. I think that sort of thing is really fascinating, that there's the ability to like make plants do that. Like, just so weird to me. It's cool. It's also, it's so odd. All right. It's very important that everything every dish that I'm using right now is able to go in the dishwasher, with the exception of a cutting board that I'm going to use to like cut up this bacon. Oh, it says I keep complaining that I can't get like the hottest hot sauce that I used to get. I mean, that is fair. I mean, it's not fair. It's sad. That's really what I wanted to say. Black pepper is spicy, and says, yes. You know, if you use enough of it, black pepper can be spicy. That's the thing. It is a pepper. It's still a pepper. And genuinely, I have used enough of it in a dish before where I'm like, oh, that was too much. I'm thinking of those green beans that I have made that are the like, my preference for them is for them to be super spicy, and the only spice in them is black pepper. So you have to add a lot. Broccoli says white pepper is spicier than black or pink. Is that true? Is that? I don't think I know the different nuances of the different peppers. What is telecherry? I always see those, the peppercorns. I'm like, telecherry peppercorns. I'm like, is that different somehow? I always get them, and I use the telecherry, black pepper, and like mixed peppercorns completely interchangeably. Oh, I remember what I was going to say, but they're probably not here now. Lemon, if you're still listening, I hope your day was productive. I had that thought when you said hi, and then you had said something specific, and then the thought just went away. So anyway, I hope it was productive. I don't know if there's a difference between any of those types of peppercorns. I know there's different types, but like, I just don't know what it means. Do you know what telecherry is? A black pepper in 2-pound bulk bags. We like that. Oh, I got a new pepper grinder. Y'all, do you remember me several times ever on stream being like grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding pepper for like a recipe or something? I'm not going to do it now, but I got a new grinder that is a hand grinder. I was going to get a coffee grinder, and I actually purchased it, and I mentioned it to the person at checkout. I went to Fonte's in the Italian market because it's my favorite kitchen store. And I mentioned it, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to use this pepper grinder for like, or this, because what the person did, they're like, hey, if you're using this coffee grinder, like, here's how you grind coffee with it. Like, you got to like pulse it and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, I'm just using it for spices. And the guy was like, oh, he's like, you don't want this for spices, and like, here's why, and then enumerated like many reasons why I wouldn't want it for spices. And I was like, okay, fine. Like, tell me, do you guys sell spice grinders instead? And he was like, well, you can use a mortar and pestle. And I was like, no, that's not what I mean. Anyway, I got a little like handheld spice grinder, which is nice. I didn't want something like, I wanted that coffee grinder, but I also was open to new ideas. I was open to something different. And I was persuaded through the power of salesmanship to get something different. White pepper and black pepper are not about the species, but the processing. Okay. Pink peppercorns are not really pepper, they're dried berries. So they're also, they have a warming effect as well, though. I know they all have a warming effect. No, this is the little grinder that I got. Look at this thing. You put your spices, like your whole spices in there, whatever you want. You have like a little thing, and you just put it on here, and then you set the size grind you want, and then you literally like grind it like this, and it like blows. I did a whole thing of pepper yesterday. You can also do it one-handed. It's like one of these things. but they had all sorts of like different types that were manual, but you like twist them. And I was like, I'm already doing this. I want a different motion. But this is kind of cool because I can put like seeds and stuff in here too. Anyway, I'm excited about it. Y'all are going to see this on stream. The Sichuan peppercorns, yeah, they do have a little citrusy element. I really love those. I love Sichuan peppercorns and like just the pepper in general in spicy food because of like the numbing property. It's like you can have way more spiciness if you're not used to spiciness with the Sichuan peppercorns included in the dish because it numbs a little bit in your mouth, which is great. I need to put the boiling water in here first. Reminder, that's important. 2 cups, it says. Water's almost boiling. Carol, welcome back on YouTube. Cookies are great. Cookies turned out really well. They looked like this. This is the one. I was showing, I'm like figuring out which one to show. This is the final product. They have a nice red streak. They have nice red streaks throughout them. They're a little bit chewy and they taste amazing. The final bagged versions. So when I package them for CookieClub, I put them in these vacuum seal bags. So they look like this. They're fully vacuum sealed. And then these also, you can tell like the red is coming through. Cyrus says I have a Sichuan peppercorn grinder that I use probably more than my telecherry grinder. I always I don't always forget. Sometimes I remember, but mostly I forget that I have Sichuan peppercorns in the cabinet at all. Broccoli says I love seriously spicy food, but it's no longer loves me back. That's valid. There's definitely a level of like when I eat something that's like really aggressively spicy, I get the hiccups immediately, and sometimes they don't go away for a while, which is always kind of funny because I'm like, there's this place that we get food from in Philadelphia called Han Dynasty, which is Sichuan style like Chinese food, like dry pot pork and beef and all of that, and it's really good, and you can get it really, really spicy, and I do, and I'll be like eating it, and I'll be sweating and hiccuping and like crying, and I'm, like I'll be eating it, and Gwen's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "This is so good," but really it is, and I do love it, but I'll also be like hiccuping the entire time, which is kind of funny and also a little bit annoying. I said I was going to salt the water that was in this corn, that was in this corn, but I didn't. So I'm going to do that now. Okay, because it's about to boil and I'm about to need to drain it and put it back in the pot. So might as well season it now. Oh my God, we're really catching up on the waters. See, I do think though with the water counter, I think you catch about every 10 of them or so. Like I say it a lot, but I would say that whatever that counter says, multiply it by like 5 at a minimum. The more you know, Anne, right? I am also learning about peppercorns because I don't have any idea what the differences are between them. Like, honestly, I know the difference in name and color, but that's it. You need to add like 300. I know. Well, that's the thing. If like if it counted every single time I said it, it would probably also be annoying to like, because it would just be like filling up chat. Some sentences would just be like just that. All right, I'm putting a little bit of butter in with the corn once it's finished. So once I drain the corn, I'm gonna mix it with some butter. And where's my colander? There it is. I'm gonna put it back in the pot and just mix a little bit of butter in it. Okay, corn is a boil, so that means it's probably cooked. Broccoli says, as much as I love gochujang, I have to go easy on it. That's valid. I still have a pretty solid tolerance for spicy food, both like in my mouth and just like the enjoyment of it, but also like in my stomach. I can still handle a lot of that. I know that some folks, as they age, kind of age out of being able to have like something, have like super spicy as part of their diet, but I haven't hit that point yet, so I'm feeling fortunate for that. Speaking of hitting a point, I have hitting a point where my microphone is in the red, and I have a new microphone that Rode sent me. Thank you, Rode. That has not yet been paired with my my receiver. So it's here, but it doesn't work yet. So we're gonna plug this in. I'm gonna plug this in while we're working here. There we go. Broccoli, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm in my mid 60s. That's, yeah, I mean, like, I'm waiting for the time when it's just like, well, your body says no to that anymore. It's coming. I know it's coming. I love the story in this cookbook that Kat tells about her grandmother, how her grandmother, like, for her entire life, like, loved spice, and like how her grandmother would just chew on like a variety of different like aggressively hot peppers as like a snack and just not have any sort of effect from it. And she's talking about how I think it was the gochujang cookies. Where's my colander? That are in this book. She was talking about how like her grandma would have liked them and how she would have been like happy, would have loved to have served them to her grandmother, but how her grandmother probably wouldn't have found them spicy enough. And I, of course, appreciated that sentiment entirely. All right, corn is done. Feral Terminator, welcome in. Speaking of pepper, we're going to use some of my pre-ground pepper in this corn, and I'm just going to toss that one in there. I'm waiting for this water to boil. So I put those burgers in the oven. I am not looking at them. I did not check them. I am not going to check them for a little while until the potatoes are completely finished, because I want them to cook. So when I open the oven and take them out and look at them, that is going to be taking away from their cooking time. So I don't want to do that. So I'm just going to let them stay in there for a little while longer, as everything else kind of comes together. And it says, my body said no to alcohol too. In my opinion, I don't get drunk, just sick. So I don't even enjoy drinking. Valid. I stopped drinking for other reasons, but one of the reasons I stopped drinking, the biggest reason I stopped drinking, I think I would say, is that I didn't get drunk because I didn't drink enough for that. I've never in my life enjoyed being drunk. It's not a good feeling. I do not like it. I don't want that. But I got to the point where I was just like, well, I had like 2 drinks yesterday at like 6 p.m. And I woke up at 7 a.m. the next morning and I felt awful. My body felt awful. I was like sick. I was like, this isn't even worth it for me. Like, this is not worth it at all. And yeah, that was one of the reasons I stopped. Because why bother? 474 grams of water in here is what I need. This water is boiling. Sea Films, I'm great. Welcome in. How are you doing? Okay, 4, 1, 2, 3, 400, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 79. Close enough. 479 grams. We're going to put these taters in here. Now, I'm going to need to get some more potatoes. Check. Add entire pouch of potatoes. Mix thoroughly using a fork. Okay. I'm going to need to get some more potatoes to test this recipe again. So I'm making these for dinner tonight because, like, why not? Okay. Immediately mix with a fork. Got it. And let's stand. Done. Okay. Done. Girl Terminator says, I made another pot of slow cooker pork and bean soup. Super. No pun intended. It's nice making a cheap but delicious meal. It is. Cheap and delicious are super gratifying. Like, that is a nice combination. And easy is also wonderful when you can throw easy in there and make that part of the equation as well. All right. There we go. Carol, thank you. Yeah, on YouTube, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I think like we still, I don't worry so much about like exposing kids to it. I think the way that you treat it, or the way that you treat drinking is important. You know, I feel like that's if you hide it and abuse it at the same time, and like, you know, if you're trying to keep it like under wraps but you're still doing it all the time, I think that's harmful too. Like, I feel with having kids around and being sort of like, one of the things that we try to do in my house, my partner and I, is really not, I don't want to say normalize things because that's not the right word. One, like if our son has any like questions about things, we answer them. And if there is, like, we don't try to like hide necessarily. Like, I know, you know, I think it's, yeah, if you're like drinking all the time around your kids, that's a different story than like seeing your kids seeing you have an alcoholic beverage and like knowing that, like, hey, my parents drink and they do it responsibly. I think there's also a lesson in that. Like, if they see you doing something responsibly, I think there's value there too. I don't know. Bill Terminator says ham hocks have started to come down. No longer 15 for 2. Yeah. Yeah, shit's pricey. Meat is pricey. So flip a dill pickle soup. You know what I was thinking about the other day? I think you were the one that maybe posted this. Was that Ritz cracker, like the Ritz crackers, like the dill Ritz cracker situation. Chapstick Queen, one more to go. Almost there. Almost there. Harold Terminator, I don't mind people who drink as long as it's not insane. Right, and like the US has a distinct drinking culture. Like, you can't get out of it necessarily. And you can't, like, I think if you live in the US, which I do demonstrably, you are going to be exposed to drinking. It's cultural. It's at every event. It's at every fucking function. Like, so for me, I think instead of like hiding something, providing a good example, like Calvin, my son, knows that I don't drink. He also knows that I did drink while he was alive. Like, I stopped after he was born, not right after he was born, but like he had been born already after when I stopped drinking. And like he sees that. So he has one example. He sees my partner who does drink. Like, we have alcohol in the house. You know, who like isn't like tearing it up, you know what I mean? But like she'll have like a can of wine or, you know, a beer or something like that, and it's not like a big deal. And I think that providing like a foundation of understanding is important where you come, you know, where we have a culture that's just like booze all the time everywhere. And right now I'm finishing dinner. Like, let's just recap sort of where we're at. Softy, welcome in. Welcome in. We're making dinner. I have turkey burgers in the oven. Those were frozen. They came out of the fridge or out of the freezer. They were in there for some indeterminate amount of time. Those are in a cast iron pan in the oven. We're just letting them sit. I have no idea how long they've been in there. They've been in there at most, what time? Time check, 1847. At most, they've been in there for 47 minutes. I don't think I put them in at 6 p.m. I'm pretty sure I didn't. I remember saying at 10 minutes to 6 p.m. that I had an hour and 20 minutes to have dinner ready to go. And I was still packaging cookies at that point. So at most, they've been in there for 47 minutes. The oven's at 375. They're in a cast iron pan. They're underneath of some foil. So they're just going along. And if they're dry, they're a little dry and whatever. Who gives a shit? We have on the stove a small pot in the back here with corn in it. That's all ready to go. It's done. It's hot. It's just sitting there. It's got the lid on. It's been buttered and seasoned already. On the front burner here, I have a pot that is boiling. I'm going to put this cauliflower in it right now. We're going to mash that cauliflower up in just a moment. Once it is warm, because it's pretty cooked through. And let's set a timer for, I don't know, what, 3 minutes? 4 minutes. Let's set a 4-minute timer. Once that cauliflower is done, we're going to drain it. I'm going to mix with it this butter, this cheese, a little bit of this cream cheese, these pieces of bacon, and what's in this bowl, which is instant mashed potatoes. So we're going to mix all of that together and mash that. We're going to leave that in the pot. I'm going to make a couple pieces of toast. Like, I'm just going to get the toaster out, a couple pieces of toast. And then we're going to make a packet of gravy, which is like super, super straightforward, hopefully. I mean, I can't imagine it's difficult. We're going to make a packet. I'm going to make 2 packets of gravy because that's what I have. Maybe we can make some teriyaki sauce instead. Anyway, turkey gravy. Empty 1 package of turkey gravy mix into a saucepan. Blend in 7/8 of a cup of water. Shut up. Bring to a boil, stirring continuously. Reduce heat and simmer for 1 minute. Great. For thinner gravy, add more water. Serve over turkey, sandwiches, mashed potatoes, dressing, rice, or noodles. Okay, great. I'm going to use the small pot for that. I'm actually going to transfer the corn to like a glass bowl, and I'll just put that in the microwave. And if it needs to be heated up when we're done, I will do that. Because I'm going to make the gravy in that metal pot, because it'll be better in that metal pot, and that way I'll have to like, that way I don't have to fuss with other cookware. So that's fine. And the goal today is to just keep things super simple. Like, I know y'all are like, dude, you're putting fucking cream cheese and bacon and butter, and you're like making potatoes. You got stuff in the oven. Like, this isn't simple. Like, now all this came out of the freezer. It's all relatively simple. It's not. There's no. I don't think this is complicated. I would not say complicated here. Okay. So says packet gravy is 250 milliliters. I don't know what this one says 7/8 of a cup, which is like, what the hell number is that? What kind of cursed number is 7/8 of a cup? That's like not a measurement that people use here. Like, I have no idea why that is a number that's being presented to me as a measurement. What they should just say is put a little less than a cup. Jamie, you're sending friends. Oh no, okay, cool. We'll be here. We're working on some dinner right now, so that's what's up. Sounds like someone was converting it from milliliters, right? Well, a cup is 237 milliliters specifically. If we're getting technical. Okay. All right, I'm gonna need. Jamie said that, and I was like, I'm gonna need to have a cooking example. 7/8 of a cup is 207 milliliters. Phoenix, thank you. We're gonna write that down. Wait, we're gonna write that down. Gravy. 414 milliliters. Beautiful. Beautiful. Zach, welcome in. Welcome in. Venomous Calshart, hello. Hello. Beth, welcome back. Odious Swan, hello. Destroying Angel, welcome in. Good evening to y'all. Sofla, thank you for the ZM shout out. Friends who are hanging out here. Moldy Gatorade Score, it's good to see you. Welcome in. What was streamed today? What were we talking about on Zach's channel? I know there was just chatting. But I'm curious. I'm curious what was the conversation? World War II rations. Oh my God. Were people eating wait, were these time out, Zach, were these like rations that were left over or like historically accurate rations? Like plus Cindy today. Okay. WW2 rations for a week. Nope. All set. Green potatoes and beef. Sounds odious. No. Y'all. I want to oh fuck, that's hot. Sorry. I want to welcome you all in with some real mashed potatoes. Look at these. These actually came out of a packet. The packet in question was Idahoan butter and herb dry mashed potatoes. Anyway, Zach, enjoy your walk. I appreciate you. Thank you for bringing friends. I hope you have a lovely dinner. And before you go, happy belated birthday. I saw on the social media that you had a birthday recently. The manicure looked lovely, and I hope you had a fantastic day and all of the things that you wish for in your next lap around the sun. I hope they come true. Friends who were hanging out here, Zach is a friend of the stream. Zach is a lovely human who does very regular and lovely just chatting streams. Does reacts to several different YouTubers and lots of different like fun content. I always like to say that Zach is like the perfect amount of petty. And Zach is someone who, when they're on your team, you want Zach on your team. You want Zach on your team. Because otherwise they've got like all of the right words to like send you up, which is fantastic. Anyway, I really enjoy their content. Zach, thank you for bringing friends. For the folks who just joined us, a couple housekeeping notes. One, follows are silent. So if you hit the follow button, there's no sounds, there's no alerts, there's no chat messages, there's no whatever. You will not be noticed. I will be thankful for you. I will see that you hit the follow button, but we won't like discuss. My name's Lieu. It's nice to have you. I am a home cook, a recipe developer, a recipe tester. I'm a parent. That's what the dad's part is for. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they, and I am happy that you're here. We talk a lot about cooking on this stream. It's mostly a cooking stream. We do vegetable forward family meals. We do recipe development. We do snacks. We do baking. We did some baking today. We made cookies. They have Sriracha in them. They look like this. They're going out for Cookie Club this month. Man, cookies in chat if you want to know about Cookie Club. We love chatting here. We're currently making dinner. We are... Jamie asked if I'm making shells again. I'm not making shells again, but Jamie, I do want to tell you, Gwen this morning, literally this morning, was like, hey, I ate some of those leftovers that you made from last night. Like, they're really good. They reminded me of like with a potato with like, you know, when you like put bacon and all the cheese and the stuff on it. And I was like, because she didn't know what I was making. I didn't like tell her. I wasn't like, hey, I'm making this. And I was like, oh, really? I'm glad that you enjoyed them. I was just like happy to hear that because it was pretty funny. Text to ask if I have any favorite gluten-free recipe. I would have to think about that, honestly, Text, because I don't specifically, I don't think I am, how do I put it? A big fan of gluten. Like I don't often consider the gluten aspect of when I'm cooking. I'm wondering if there's anything, if you hit command recipes, there's a list of recipes that I've written that some of them might be gluten-free, but honestly, I kind of doubt it. I kind of doubt it. Like, and I'm not trying to be glib. I don't. The answer to your question, like directly, is no, I don't. I probably have some things that you could make gluten-free. Empty 1 package turkey gravy, mix it into the saucepan, blend in 7/8 cup of water. As we understand, 7/8 cup of water is 414 milliliters. Okay, so we're going to empty this into the saucepan. I am sort of waiting for that cauliflower to soften. I just checked it with a fork a little bit. It's not quite there yet. Friend is a gluten allergy and she's coming over for Super Bowl on Sunday, so I want to make sure she has something around to eat. Hey, y'all in chat, do y'all have any gluten-free favorite recipes that might be rather straightforward to make? Potentially, I love a recipe that is Ansa's hummus and veggies. Oh, hell yeah! So hummus to that point, 214, not 414. Well, we said it was 207, and I'm making 2 packets. Tidy Whiteys, welcome in. So I'm making 2 packets. So I need more. Yeah, I'm doubling it. We're always doubling everything. Today's been a double day. We're going to make 414. Bring to a boil, stirring continuously. No, nobody likes stirring continuously. That's silly. All right, we're gonna make this gravy last then, because it only needs to be ready at the end, and it also needs to be hot and not dried out. So we'll make this gravy last. Good point about the stirring continuously thing. I didn't make the point. I made the point. The point wasn't brought up. I considered it on my own. Anyway, whatever. Doubled exactly. Carly says, I like Tex-Mex, tortillas and rice. Tony Whitey, good luck on the move to Old City if that comes through. That's exciting. Carly, corn tortillas. Oh yeah, could you make nachos with like a corn tortilla? That would be a good. Broccoli says, not a fan of chickpeas, so I prefer baba ganoush to hummus, but the only difference is eggplant in place of chickpeas. This is true. Rice noodles. Definitely rice noodles. I personally love hummus, so I'm like, as soon as you said hummus and veggies, and I was like, we can stop there. She was going to bring a nacho bar, so that makes sense. I mean, I that sounds like no, I was to say nachos with corn tortillas sounds like something I would just want anyway. Gluten aside, I'd be pretty happy with that. All right, we need to make these mashed cauliflowers now. You make wings crispy in the oven just by dusting them in baking powder. That is true. Does cornstarch also work, or is it just baking powder? If you want to make them vegan, you can use arrowroot powder. Do I make hummus or buy it? Yes. I prefer making it myself when I eat it. When I want a good bit of it, I will make it myself. Because it's literally chickpeas from a can into a pan into the food processor. Like it's so shockingly uncomplicated to make that it's like not worth making. What am I trying to say here? It's like not worth buying it because a can of chickpeas and 4 minutes of time is so easy. I was just I'm looking for the potato masher. Like that's what I'm doing. I didn't just disappear. The potato masher does not live in the drawer because it is an evil utensil that doesn't deserve placement in a regular use kitchen drawer. Anyway, yeah, 5 ingredients. It's super easy. So we're mashing this cauliflower. I'm going to add a little bit of, what am I going to add to this? So I'm adding this into mashed potatoes. Jamie, I noticed, didn't say anything, and I don't think anyone would have noticed. But now that we're here, it's literally 5 ingredients. You can make it super complicated. Obviously, you can like make hummus ridiculously complicated if you want to, but you know, I have a recipe that you know, you skin all of the chickpeas, you use the chickpea water from the can, like it's a whole thing. And you don't need to do any of that, really. Nachos, I love. Something with rice noodles would be interesting. Like you could do like a casserole style dish with rice noodles. That could be pretty good. Yeah, the chickpea water. You got to get the bean water in there. Soak and boil the dry chickpeas. Yeah, I think the recipe that I have that I've used before when I wanted to make like fancy hummus, it's supposed to be, I think it was in like the New York Times or something, and it's supposed to be a take on the hummus from this place in Philadelphia called Zahav, which is an Israeli style restaurant that they, you know, they're known for having good hummus, but they are, it's like super fancy hummus. And, you know, yeah, it does require that. It requires like skinning the beans by hand, that type of thing. So, Hummus says, I'm Palestinian and I grew up using the water from the can, so technically it's traditional. Facts. That is as valid a source as you are going to find right there. If you grow up some way and it is that way, then that's your tradition, and that is reasonable. All right, we're adding the potatoes to this bowl, or the cauliflower. Sorry, not potatoes. Adding the cauliflower to the bowl. We're going to mix that in. I'm going to cover this up. We're just going to mix all those together. So we have mashed cauliflower and mashed potatoes in the same bowl. Who's gonna know? No one's gonna know. Gwen's gonna know, and Calvin's gonna know. She's gonna be like, "Oh, it's cauliflower in there," and I'm gonna be like, "Shut up! It's all mashed together. It's fine." The butter was salted butter, so that was fine. Let me add a little bit of salt to this because it's gonna be. I added salted butter, but that's not quite enough. It's never quite enough. I also added a little bit of cream cheese to this, just to help kind of smooth it out, instead of adding like half and half for milk. Yes, Carly, when you're near any Middle Eastern place and you can get like a deli container of the best hummus. Uh-huh. There's a place in Red. Oh, that's so good. There's a place in Reading Terminal Market that it's called Kamal's Middle Eastern, and that's exactly the case there. They just sell like quart and pint containers of hummus, and it's just like an unmarked deli container. They put the lid on it. They wrap the whole thing in saran wrap, and you take it home, and it's like the best hummus you'll have. And Lord knows that all they really did with it is exactly what I described, which is just like a blend up a can of chickpeas. Although most places like that have their own, places that do hummus in that way. Why did I just open this drawer 3 whole times? Usually have their own like recipe. The hummus vat, exactly. It's what we all should strive to have, a vat of hummus in the house, honestly. Tex, I hope you have some inspiration for your woo, fuck, that's hot. Goddamn. I think those burgers might be done. How long were those in there for? An hour? Oh yeah, these are done. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Look at these. Turkey burgers, y'all. Did I wash my spatula? Where did I put that spatula? I thought I washed it. I don't know. I guess I didn't. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. Literally doesn't matter. All right. These are... Oh, yeah. These are done. Okay, good. Dinner is ready. Oh, no. Dinner's not ready. Do I need toast to go with this? I don't actually think I need... I think I'm going to put this on a piece of toast and like no one's going to eat it. That's my guess. You know what though? We're going to do it anyway. All right, I'm turning the oven off. I'm going to put the lid. I'm going to put the foil back on these. We're going to make the gravy. It is 19:09 per my clock here. That means my family's going to be walking back in the door here in a matter of moments. So I'm going to put these bowls in the oven. And the oven is off. Confirmed oven off. Okay, let's just do a couple pieces of toast. We're going to do literally 3 pieces of toast. I don't think anyone's going to eat the toast. It's just something to soak up the gravy. And we're just going to do because my original concept for this was open-faced turkey sandwiches. So we're going to open the faces of these yogs. 1, 2, 3 pieces of toast. Here they are. 1, 2, and toast. All right, let's make this gravy real quick. Oh yeah, tahini. I always forget about the tahini. Recipe, Woma says, add the can of hummus with the most of the liquid, a clove of garlic, salt, juice from half a lemon, and salt to a blender, and blend it together until smooth. It does not need to be more complicated than that. I definitely agree with you. I'm with you. 7/8 a cup of water. That means 414 milliliters. That sounds like a super easy to follow recipe. 1, 2, 3, 415 milliliters. You don't. You do not salt it twice. Got it. So just as much salt as you want. It'd be too salty. Well, some people, some like it salty. You never know. Stirring continuously. Reduce heat and simmer for 1 minute. Okay. Let's stir continuously. We can do this. Okay. Am I bringing this to bring to a boil? Okay, we're going to bring this to a boil. Should not take that long. Should not take that long. Well, we did it, y'all. We have made dinner. We made cookies. We made dinner. All the dishes from dinner get to go in the dishwasher. That was important. That was critically important. Actually, no, that's not true. This whisk that I'm using doesn't go in the dishwasher because it has a little plastic thing around the top of it, but that's fine. Everything is ready. I have my turkey burgers ready. I have my corn ready. I have my potatoes ready. I have some gravy here on the stove, thickening. I have toast in the toaster, getting ready. We made a bunch of cookies. I don't know exactly how many. We made a lot of cookies. We packaged all of them. We have quite a few remaining. After stream ends today, we're going to finish packing. I already have the boxes packed. I have the boxes packed. All of the boxes, not packed, sorry. The boxes addressed. They're not packed yet. These are not completely toasted. The boxes are addressed. The cards and little swag packets are done. The cookies are packaged. All I have to do now is put them in the boxes and seal them, which only takes like 20 minutes or so. Tomorrow morning we'll be at the post office to mail all of those out. And then we'll do it all again at the start of March. I wasn't sure what dinner was going to be today, but I think we pulled it off. This feels like a good one. If my family ever decides to watch back the VOD and realizes that they got turkey burgers and mashed cauliflower instead of macaroni and cheese or dip dinner, they're going to be capital P pissed. But let's not tell them. I don't think we need to tell them. I'm not going to tell them. Actually, no, I am going to tell them, probably. But there's no way they're going to watch this back. Because why would they do that? They live with me and hear me talk enough. So we are just about to boil, and that'll be the end of this. You get what you get and you don't throw a fit. Yeah. Jamie, my calculus is I remembered that a couple weeks ago we did a whole meal planning thing where I was like, oh, I got a bunch of stuff that I need to use up. Like, let me figure out what I can do, make some easy meals. Well, this is one of those easy meals that I pulled together. So, Cal, welcome in. Family's back. Toast is now burnt in, but that's okay. It's not that burnt. We're gonna put it under gravy. Shh, don't tell. It's burnt. Who cares? I'm not making more. They're not gonna eat it anyway. It doesn't really matter. Jamie says I like dip dinners on Sunday for football. It's easy. Are y'all doing things this Sunday? This Sunday's the last one, right? We can stop worrying about it afterward. Dan, thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. Welcome. Dinner's ready. I'm making gravy right now, and it should be ready in less than. I am speaking. Hold on. Dinner, it will be ready in less than 4 minutes.
What was dinner turkey burgers and mashed potatoes?
Dinner is turkey burgers with mashed potatoes and corn and gravy over top of a piece of toast if you want.
I see.
It's like an open-faced turkey burger.
Okay.
But dinner will be ready momentarily here. I'm waiting for the gravy to finish. It's almost done.
Yeah.
Jamie says wings and pizza dip. We were talking yesterday, y'all, what would you put in pizza salad if you were to make
Oh, yeah.
if you were to make something called pizza salad? What would that look like? I had Calvin and I were having a dinner time conversation about this yesterday. And
Maybe basil.
I was like, would it be a salad like pizza or pizza that has like salad elements to it? I think Calvin's the first thing that he said about pizza salad was that it would be like a crouton type of situation. Like there would be croutons.
Yeah, like the crust of the pizza could be a crouton.
All right, we're boiling and
Garlic bread, croutons, mozzarella cheese on top of iceberg with basil.
okay.
Yeah, I just remembered basil.
I'm gonna simmer this for a minute. This just boiled. Fried pepperoni, yeah.
Look at what I got at karate for getting straight A's. It doesn't say anything on it.
Oh, for getting
Straight A's.
you can show. Calvin got a medal at karate for getting straight A's on his report card. This child got straight A's. Don't yeah, there you go.
Can you see that? I can't really.
Yes, that is super visible on stream. Yeah, crispy pepperoni. Crispy pepperoni is so good. Yeah, oh, a little bit of like raw red onion. Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you. All right, so we're going to, this gravy is,
Ooh, mushrooms.
this gravy looks great. I'm going to turn that off and give it a cover. We're ready. We're ready to go. Mushrooms would be good. There's a recipe on the website for pizza mushrooms. All right. Well, we did it. We did it. We made dinner. We made cookies. We packaged cookies. And we're right on time.
We saw someone at
Okay.
Karate Hood seen the viola voila thing. Like, remember?
Yes.
One of the people at Karate
Good.
had seen, it was on the stream.
Is that right? Interesting. Someone from your karate class came across the stream.
Well, their parent,
Their parent
but
did.
yeah.
Interesting. We're getting out there. Getting out there in the world. We're getting out there in the world. Hey, Jane. Welcome in. Jane, you know what I was just doing? Jane, can I be honest with you? I was literally looking at your channel to figure out, to raid. I was looking at your channel. I was like, oh, Jane's on. I never get to raid Jane. Y'all, please go follow Jane Henry. We are in fact going to raid though. Because we're finished for today. Jane though, I want you, pause. I do want you guys to go follow Jane. Jane was one of the first food and drink streamers I ever came across on Twitch. Jane is a genuinely lovely human. She has been streaming food and drink for longer than I was aware that Twitch existed, and is very good at it. I really love.
Excuse me, Daddy. Sorry, Daddy. Sorry, Daddy. Sorry.
I love Jane's stream.
Daddy. Sorry, Daddy. Sorry, Daddy.
I always forget how
Daddy,
long this
sorry.
sound is.
I'm
Oh my
sorry,
god.
Daddy, bye.
Fall Guys, hello. I love Jane's stream. Jane is Jane has a really lovely community, there's always like good chat. Like if you enjoy just a nice, like easy background, like easy chat with someone who is like not trying to be big and flashy and like entertaining in that regard. Jane also streams like later in the evening. For me, my time sometimes, and is I really appreciate like just hanging out in her stream and lurking. And yes, Fogus, you can ask Jane all kinds of fun questions. She is a pastor as well as a cook. And as I said, I remember hanging out in Jane's stream for the first time when I was like, she was one of the first people I followed on Twitch. Jane, it's lovely to have you. I know that you were outside doing out in the world things. I hope that you had a lovely stream. I hope you're well. Thank you for bringing folks through. I appreciate you. Folks who came through with Jane, we are finished for today. I can tell you that this is a cooking stream. My name is Lieu. We do cooking about twice a week here. Today we made these. These are
Sweet Sriracha cookies.
yes. These are
Our dog used to the one we had before.
yeah. Sweet.
Was,
Whoa. What do we? Hold on. We got.
And he used
We got.
to take.
We got sound coming through. Where am I? Oh, there we are. Okay. These are sweet sriracha cookies. They look like this. These are for folks who are in our cookie club this month. We also made dinner, which is in the oven, and I'm currently about to feed my family. So we are looking for someone to raid. I think the next time that we'll be live is going to be Tuesday, I want to say. This coming Tuesday. It is... I don't know if it's going to be a meal prep stream or if it's going to be not a meal prep, sorry, recipe development stream or a meal prep stream. I'm not really sure. But it is going to be a cooking stream. We're also going to be live on Thursday. I believe that will be a meal prep, a trip prep stream. But it may not be. If we end up not doing trip prep, that might be an IRL stream. So I'm not sure.
How do you say Filegeist? Filegeist.
Yes.
It's for getting all A's on my report card.
The medal. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Calvin's medal. He got all A's on his report card, and when he gets all A's, the karate school that he's in gives out medals for good
Getting
work.
all A's.
For getting all A's. Yes. For
They also
that.
have if you get A's and B's.
Yes.
Or just B's.
The medal for if you get A's and B's is a little smaller though.
It's silver.
It's silver. Okay, so it literally is a little smaller.
They don't have a bronze
Okay.
for C's.
Okay, go wash your hands.
Okay.
We are going to find a place to raid here. Let's keep it in the food and drink category today.
Some more hype trains and more streams. That's kind of where it's.
Okay, who are we going to raid? I see several folks on. I would like to go raid Miss Molly Makes today because we have not raided Miss Molly Makes in a while. Speaking of folks who are long time food and drink streamers, we have another long time food and drink streamer who is on, who I don't often get to rate. So we're gonna do that. Okay, we're starting a raid. Miss Molly Makes is making game day food. It says. I'm not sure which game day. Molly is in Australia, so maybe she might be doing something. Maybe she might be doing something for the Super Bowl. I'm not sure. I don't know if she's Australian. I don't know if she's doing Australian stuff. I don't know if there's a game day in Australia coming up. Anyway, we're gonna raid Miss Molly Makes. Thank you all for hanging out today. Sofa, thank you for the... There it is. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate y'all. We have some raid messages in chat. Thank you very much. We have some social media links in chat if you want to hang out elsewhere. I would love it if you would drop a subscription on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, now is the time to like and subscribe. If you're watching on Twitch, I would appreciate a follow. Follows are free. Like I heard Quopie say the other day, if the heart is empty, fill it up. Which I thought was really creative. Anyway, we'll be live again on Tuesday. The schedule is in Discord. The schedule is on Twitch. The schedule is... it'll be available if you want it. You can find it. Click on the schedule tab on Twitch, and that's usually up to date. Thank you for hanging out today, y'all.